Pledge of Allegiance. And then remain standing for the invocation by Councilmember Chirichi. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Actually, you do not have to remain standing. You can sit if you want to. We are living in incredibly tense times. I've been watching this happen since the 70s, but it's gotten worse and worse and worse. One of the things that we have learned from science in that time period is a field which is now referred to as mindfulness. It comes out of a number of areas. Probably the one that most people are aware of is meditation. Personally, I became aware of it in college, and often, somewhat jokingly at first, but then over the years came to realize it was true. I would often say that the most important thing I learned in college was to breathe. And in fact, what meditation is, or not meditation, mindfulness exercises, which has been clinically studied and showed to do a whole bunch of really good things for people, basically decreasing stress and anxiety, but along with that, affecting pain, depression, insomnia, increasing attention, improving sleep, and things like that. The core aspects of it is basically paying attention to the moment that you are in, that you are living in. Some of it is, a big part of it is paying attention to your body and feeling and getting in touch with the feelings and the actual sensations that you're getting from your body. There are a whole bunch of different exercises that can be done to do this, but the main reason I am talking about this and recommending it to people is that given how tense our interpersonal relationships have become with other people, how quickly we are to react in a negative reaction to other people, mindfulness is one of the ways to cool that down. We've been saying in the email world for a very long time that if you're upset when you read an email, stop before writing it, or go ahead and write it, but don't send it out. Give yourself some time to calm down, reflect before you actually send that. And this is essentially the same thing for any form of social media, Twitter, Facebook, or even day-to-day personal interactions. Whether it's in a store or with your family or whatever. The one thing that I think is probably the simplest and most important thing to do is just a simple breathing exercise. When you feel yourself starting to get a little bit out of control with what's going on, just stop for a moment, close your eyes if you want to, you don't have to, and take a deep breath and let it out slowly. And that's what I wanted to share with you all tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those thoughts. Tony, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Yakowicz.
Present.
Meese.
Here.
Ewalt.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Chirichi.
Here.
Purinton.
Present.
Ronning.
Here.
Boyette.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Our first item of business is our minutes from our August 24 business meeting. Is there a motion or discussion? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Yes, Your Honor. Council, I make a motion to approve August 24th's minutes.
Motion for approval, second by Councilmember Shaw. Any discussion or changes? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please raise your hand. Voting approval are all council members. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item up are courtesies. I'll begin there with two short but very important items. One is just a great thank you to staff, to council members, to community partners, and to our congressional delegation, all of whom are responsible and worked hard for Billings' receipt of the BUILD grant, which we were unsuccessful for last year. We reduced the size of it, defined the scope a little bit better, and we're successful this year. And that will result in an award of $11.6 million to Billings for the construction of the Skyline Trail and the Inner Belt Loop, with the addition of some significant local match dollars. But it's a huge step forward. Billings has not received a build grant ever. And before that, I don't even know if it'd been years since we probably got a Tiger grant. And so all of those in the last 10 to 12 years have gone to Western Montana, nothing to Central and Eastern Montana. So this is a significant achievement, and those are going to be great additions to our infrastructure. So thank you, staff, our planning department in particular, administration, and our congressional delegation and our community partners, Big Sky Economic Development, the Yellowstone County, Billings Chamber of Commerce. I hope I'm not. Very importantly, Billings TrailNet, all of whom contributed mightily to the success of that project. So thank you very much. And the second comment I'd like to make is concerning our census. Our time for responding to the census is drawing to an end. And as we stand, Billings ranks about 45th in the nation in our response rate. The Yellowstone County itself has done really quite well relative to the rest of the county or the rest of the state. But if you have not responded to the census and you're hearing this, or somebody knocks on your door, please make sure that you get counted. It's very important to Montana. A lot of money is at stake for the benefit of our state and our county, and also our possibility of getting a second vote in Congress in the House of Representatives. So a lot's at stake, and we can do a lot better than our 45th ranking right now. So those are my courtesies. Are there other things from other council members that like to be shared tonight? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you. And just a real shout out to and acknowledgement of Councilman Brown. He achieved a Achievers Award and was recognized in the paper. And just well done, Councilman Brown.
Thank you very much. I see a lot of thumbs up there. Very good. Any other council courtesies before we move to proclamations? Seeing none, I guess we will move to our proclamations. We have 4 of them tonight. The first one is in recognition of National Recovery Month. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas behavioral health is an essential part of one's overall wellness, and the theme for Recovery Month 2020 is Join the Voices for Recovery, Invest in Health, Home, Purpose, and Community. And whereas recovery-oriented services for mental and or substance use are available in our community, treatment is effective, and every day people successfully recover in our area and around the nation. And whereas preventing and overcoming mental and or substance use disorders is essential to achieving a healthy lifestyle characterized by physical and emotional well-being, and whereas we must encourage ourselves, our community, relatives, and friends with mental and or substance use disorders to implement preventive measures, recognize the signs of a problem, and seek appropriate treatment and recovery support services. Now, therefore, I, William Cool, Mayor of Billings, do hereby proclaim September 2020 as National Recovery Month in Billings, and call upon the people of Billings to observe this month with personal action and appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies to support this year's Recovery Month.
Mayor Cole, I do have a caller that would like to speak about that proclamation.
Absolutely. Yeah. Can you identify? Ask the caller to identify themselves, and we'll give them the floor.
Can you give us your name, and then you can go ahead and speak?
Yes, my name is Brett Morris at 355 Waterton Way.
Go ahead, Brent.
Mayor Cole, City Council, thank you very much for reading the proclamation. It means a lot to our community in recognizing the mental health and wellness we can live together. Well, thank you again for this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brent, and for your services to our community. I'll next read the And we can come back to that proclamation if that caller is relevant to that one, Tony, but I'll move on to the Healthy Tribes Wellness Month proclamation, which reads that whereas we celebrate wellness for all people in Billings, Montana and surrounding areas, and whereas Billings has the largest population of American Indians and Alaska Natives living in any city in the northern Rocky Mountain region, and whereas many American Indians and Alaskan Natives who live in and visit this city are leaders and valuable community members who greatly contribute professionally, economically, politically, educationally, spiritually, and culturally to our community. And whereas we recognize that American Indians and Alaskan Natives continue to make immeasurable contributions to our city and to our nation, and in particular wish to honor the sacrifices that many tribal citizens make in defense of our great nation as members of the armed services. And whereas we also recognize that our collective culture and community are more vibrant because of the special relationship between the city of Billings and tribal nations, and that by working together, we can better promote strong and healthy families. And whereas our community wishes to preserve the proud heritage of American Indians and Alaskan Natives by promoting wellness in mind and body and healthy lifestyles for all, and whereas wellness events celebrating the culture and heritage of these remarkable Americans who enrich the quality and character of our nation are a great opportunity to encourage healthy behaviors and promote good health for all. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of Billings, do hereby proclaim September 20 as Healthy Tribes Wellness Month and encourage Billings citizens to support and participate in the third annual Healthy Tribes Virtual Challenge to walk, run, or bike occurring throughout September, and concerning which more information can be found by searching on Facebook for, quote, Healthy Tribes Virtual Challenge, close quote.
Mayor Cole, I do have a caller who would like to speak about that proclamation. Her name is Bailey Ironshooter. Go ahead, Bailey.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to thank you for this proclamation on behalf of the Healthy Tribes Organization Committee. We celebrate wellness for this nation and for our American Indian and Alaskan Native population. This month of September is for celebrating wellness for this nation and especially American Indian and Alaskan Natives. We encourage all to participate by running, biking, or walking in the Healthy Tribes Virtual Challenge.
Thank you very much for your call, Bailey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our third proclamation is in recognition of Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and reads, whereas pediatric cancer is the leading cause of death by disease in children, and whereas 1 in 285 children in the United States will be diagnosed by their 20th birthday, and whereas 1 out of 8 children with cancer will not survive, and whereas 60% of children who survive cancer suffer severe long-term side effects. And whereas there has been a 24% increase in pediatric cancer cases over the last 40 years, equal to 43 children per day, or about 16,000 children a year diagnosed with cancer in the United States. And whereas too many children are affected by this deadly disease, and more must be done to raise awareness and find a cure for all childhood cancers. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim September 20 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Our final proclamation is in honor of Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of Billings, Montana, do hereby proclaim Thursday, September 24, 2020 as Arbor Day in the city of Billings and encourage all citizens to celebrate and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. And I'll also comment that there will be a special recognition of Arbor Day at the new Centennial Park on September 24th. That then concludes our proclamations. And so we'll move on to council reports. Are there any reports from council members concerning committees or other groups that they serve on that they'd like to give at this time? Councilmember Tricky.
Actually, a question about that last proclamation. What time at Centennial Park? Do you know what?
It goes over a period of time. There'll be a series of trees being planted, I think maybe with school groups. I could be wrong about that. I don't know that we've got anybody from the Parks Department on the call. I don't know whether Chris or anybody else has any details. I believe there will be sort of a ceremony at noon, I believe. But while I asked Chris Kukulski, I'll check my calendar on that. Chris, do you remember on the details?
We've got Director Whitaker. So, Mike, can you help us out?
Yes, Mayor Cole and Councilmember Cherokee. We will be sending out a special invitation to City Council to attend. We're locating the tree planting at Centennial Park as a way to bring more trees to that park. So we're definitely looking forward. So we will send a special invitation out to City Council.
And I checked my calendar, and my noon time was a figment of my imagination. So don't count on that one. Look for that invitation from the Parks Department. Anything else in the way of council reports? Not seeing any, so we'll hand it over to Chris Kukulski, our city administrator, for his report. Chris?
Thank you. So first, and I'm going to end with the same thing I'm going to start with, which is just a reminder to all of those who are watching, tomorrow is Election Day. Since it's Monday night, do not drop it in the mailbox tomorrow morning. Now you need to take it to the election office. So last week we'd had a pretty good turnout thus far, but we want every vote counted. So please get your ballots in tomorrow to the election office, 27th and 3rd on the first floor. Second up, from the clerk here, I do have one correction in our agenda this evening. So there was an error on regular agenda item 13D. It should read 1.4097. We had a decimal problem with the dollar figures right, but not the percentage. So it should read 1.4097 for the percentage of taxable value is the correction there. We did not have any ex parte communication, so I don't have anything to report there. Want to report on just a couple, 2 or 3 more items. One is because we do not have a COVID-19 report tonight, we've been doing those tied to the work sessions, but there have been comments about the hospitals being kind of at capacity. So I thought it was worth reading a couple of 3 very brief paragraphs from John Felton, our city county health officer. The number of hospitalized patients has dropped significantly since its peak last week. Today, we have 44 persons hospitalized of COVID-19, including 13 in ICU, 12 intubated, 23 are from Yellowstone County, 21 are from the region. We also have dropped our test positivity rate from a high of 11.7 to 7.2% for the week ending September 5th. And we'll get updated info each week on that from DPHHS, that's the state agency. Our 7-day rolling average of new cases per 100,000 peaked at 27 September 1st and stands today at 19 through yesterday. So, I read those not because we want to let our guard down at all, quite the opposite, but to say, and I had a couple of public safety presentations with both medical facility staff, and it was humbling to communicate with them and for them to communicate to me the seriousness by which those who are hospitalized, how serious it is. So that's the bad news. For those individuals in the hospital, this is a really big, serious deal for them. The good news is that hospitalization has peaked so far, and hopefully with our diligence of masking, social distancing, we can keep that up. I would also say a tidbit there. I thought it was a good piece of information from both hospitals. Apparently, zero cases of COVID-19 being passed from a healthcare provider to a patient, and patient to a healthcare provider here locally. So if you need healthcare services at our hospitals, our medical facilities, please do not wait to get those. Get the care that you need. That's important. Then I wanted to touch on one other item, and it's a little bit of a piggyback on the mayor's. I apologize, Mayor Cole, but also Bill Grant. Thank you to all those in our community. I think you hit all the local groups. I was going to touch on, we've got our staff engaged, as the mayor said, our partnerships with Billings TrailNet, Big Sky Economic Development, county, city, and now in thank you to our federal delegation, Senator Daines, Senators Tester, Congressman Gianforte. And you may recall, we have a contract with David Turchin Associates in DC, and that's helping us as well. No one will ever say who's the one responsible entity, but all of them collectively have helped us secure $11.6 million for the betterment of Billings, and that's a wonderful thing. So thanks to all of them. Now the real work begins. Right now we are rolling up our sleeves. We'll work with those partners. We'll need to work with those landowners. If you recall, hot off the press, so to speak, is the corridor study. We'll have that corridor study help guide us in how do we properly make sure that this piece of infrastructure investment, it is a lot more than a road. I mean, a road is very important, but how it develops along that road, how it adds value to our community, how it meets our community's transportation and economic viability needs is very important. So that work is beginning. We'll be back to this council, I suspect for sure this fall, kind of laying out more of the next step details of where we are, how much gas tax dollars have we collected to date. We've shared those numbers not too long ago with you. If you recall, that's where the match comes from. Again, great news on the grant. It did fund 2 of the 3 main components. So we still have a third component that we'll need to work on, but that's for another phase and for another project. So thank you for that. And then last, again, circling back, tomorrow's election day. So please get your ballots in to the county election office. Hopefully shortly after 8 o'clock, we'll find out where we're at. No matter what the outcome is, your staff, myself is committed. We will roll up our sleeves and we will do the absolute best we can with whatever resources this community entrusts us with to provide public safety services. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We'll move on then with public comment on non-public hearing items. So if you're listening to our meeting tonight and you will want to comment at any point this evening, the phone number that you'll need to call is 237-6196. Right now is your opportunity to comment on 3 items. There are 6 items on our agenda. The agenda is available on the city's website. You just Google City Council, Billings City Council agenda. It should get you there. The items for comment now are item 1, which is our consent agenda. Item 5, which is the line of credit payment to Big Sky Economic Development. And item 6, the downtown TIF sign incentive program. Those things do not have a public hearing. On the other items, you need to wait until we actually open it for a public hearing on those other items. So now if you'd like to be heard, please call that number 237-6196. If you'd like to be heard on item 1, the consent agenda, item number 5, or item number 6. That number again, 237-6196. We'll delay briefly to give people an opportunity to call. A reminder that the meeting is ahead of what you're seeing on your television or on your computer. Therefore, you need to silence the television or the computer, or you'll be very confused. That number again, 237-6196. Tony, do we have anyone who's called 237-6196 to comment on non-public hearing items?
I have not received any phone calls.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've given adequate time to receive those calls. So we will then close public comment period on non-agenda items and move on to our consent agenda number 1. Are there separations that require a separate vote from any council members? Councilmember Brown.
Just separations for me for abstention. 1L, 1, 2, and 3.
The bills, all 3 weeks, L1, L2, and L3. Councilwoman Brown will abstain. Thank you very much. Any other separations? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I'd like to separate consent agenda 1G, please.
Item 1G, lease agreement between the city and Better Billings Foundation. Okay, any other separations? Seeing none, we'll ask for a motion or further discussion on non-separated items. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve all items except item G, 1G, and L, 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Boyette. I see. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese, then Councilmember Ewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for a couple of the items on here, but let me start with item 1A1. That's the de-icer. And is this de-icer used? I'm not sure who's representing the city on this, but is the de-icer used throughout the entire city, just downtown? And then do we know if there's any health impacts on our animals and pets that walk through the streets? And then maybe track this in and then get it. I just want to know if there's any kind of health impacts we should be notifying the community about if we're going to be spreading this on our streets that gets up into the sidewalks.
Okay, I see a couple representatives of Public Works Department. Is there somebody who would like to comment on that, or Chris Kukulski?
Oh, Mayor, Councilor Neese, I see Jennifer has popped up. Jennifer, if you could talk to that issue, and then I'm presuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that this is a material that we've used for many, many years in Billings. I suspect it's what we're using around the rest of the state. But if you could clarify, answer Councilmember Neese's questions, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Chris, Mayor and Council. It is the de-icer that we've used for many years. We use it throughout the city. It's a material containing calcium chloride, and as far as I know, it does not have adverse effects on animals or anyone tracking it in. We can get a more in-depth study of that and look at it and report back to council if you'd like that information.
I would like that information if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Other Councilmember Ewalt, you had something.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm got a question on 1A4. It seems like every business meeting, or at least every other business meeting, we got another addendum to the price of the contract for getting those reservoirs going. Is this ever going to stop? I mean, we're looking at another, what, $260,000. It just seems like it's an ongoing thing all the time. Maybe we should get a total amount and then show the subtractions off of it just to find out what's going on.
So, Mayor, Council Member Ewalt, I suspect to some degree the answer is no. 125 million, over $100 million project. I think it'll come in many, many components. I think our city engineer can explain a little better how it is going to come to you. These are pieces of it. I don't think this is a surprise as a component, but we are scheduled to be in front of the council a week from tonight to go over kind of high level the project in total. So Debbie, could you touch a little bit on how this contract fits with the bigger picture? And then maybe later we could talk about how can we best bring, manage expectations or let the council understand the big picture of how these contracts are going to be approved throughout the process.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Going into a project of this size and complexity, we knew that we were going to have different studies that we needed to do. But when you start the project, you don't know exactly what you're going to have to do until you start looking into it to figure out where we need more information before we start into the design. So initially, we had talked about using a material for a cutoff wall. And then once we started looking at the shale we thought that we could use that shale to actually create the cutoff wall and not have to bring in a liner. It's going to save the city a lot of money throughout the course of this if it works properly. Before we just bid a project and give a contractor $35 million to do that, we want to process that shale, do a pilot study, see what it looks like, and that way we can give that information to the contractors when we do go out with that project. So it's just a way of making sure that our design is responsible and effective and is going to work when the time comes to bid it.
Follow up, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, the last time you brought an add-on to us was boring samples all over the site to find out what was down there. So when they're boring, they're bringing up this shale, and it's getting ground up as they bore. Wouldn't that be enough of a study to figure out how good this shale would be at sealing up the walls, or do you have to dig some big hole out there to get it done?
Yes, a different type of contractor. We're trying to bring in contractors that have the type of equipment that we intend to use for the construction of this reservoir. So while we do borings, you're basically just drilling down and pulling that material out. You're not processing it. So it really does take bringing this material in, seeing with the larger equipment. We're going to use 637s, which is a really big piece of equipment, to process this, and then we can provide that information to contractors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question regarding item 1A2, the electronic waste collection. Green Technology is the one who's bidding on it. It looks to me like the only site for drop-off is going to be the dump. Are they located in town, or was there any option to have a secondary drop-off so we're not having to drive, people from the West End and way from the Heights are not having to drive all the way to the dump? Was that considered?
Mayor and Council, there are two companies in town, and this one we're recommending for award tonight is located in town. There's an additional company. They both accept electronic waste there where people can drop off their waste rather than drive it to the landfill. But there are a number of people that drive out to the landfill. They have other things in their loads and they prefer just to go out to the landfill. So we have a drop off for them there as well.
Hey, Jennifer, the location of that second drop off got garbled to my ear anyway. Could you say that again, the critical part there?
So we have two companies in town that we know of. The Green Technology Solutions is the company that we're recommending award to tonight. And then the other company in town is Yellowstone E-Waste. and people can drop it off at either site.
Okay, Jennifer, or Mayor, quick follow-up question.
Sure.
Jennifer, so what you're saying here is the people don't have to drop off their e-waste at the city dump. They can go to any 3 locations, the city dump or one of the other 2 locations. If they take it locally to the 2 locations, it's not charged against the city. If they take it to the dump, then it is charged against the city in this contract. Do I understand that correctly?
Councilmember Neese, that is correct. And Councilmember Boyette actually inquired about this, I think it was last week. And we're going to look into a couple things. One is more signage, letting people know that they could drop it off at other sites, and then some maybe media or social media campaigns to possibly direct people to these other sites to lower our costs at the landfill.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, just to clarify, if they go to the dump and dump it off, there's no charge to the end user, right? But if they go to the e-waste, they do charge them there, right?
I would have to check on that, Councilmember Brown. It is not charged at the landfill, but I think it may also be free at these other drop-off sites as well.
Okay. Okay, I know there used to be a charge, but I don't know anymore.
Councilmember Tricky.
There is no charge if you're a resident, so you're just basically dropping off household stuff. If you're a business and a small business, there's not going to be one, but if you have a whole bunch of stuff, then you end up negotiating something, especially if they pick it up on it. And I did find there is another drop-off place. I assume it's Green Technologies over at Hansers. That I just saw open up about a month ago.
I guess I would hope that a lot of that information could be conveyed on our city's website clearly, because there's a lot of information there and it's all very important. So hopefully that will happen. Any other items, discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. I have a question for Chief St. John regarding 1E, which is the donation of the $50,000 for the body cams. Thank you, Chief. So we got this wonderful donation, and thank you to the Breakfast Flakes and all of the people that listened to the Breakfast Flakes that came forward and donated. So this is an additional $50,000, which is wonderful. How does this, where are we now in being able to actually fit all of our officers with body cams, and that $50,000 donation, really wonderful, really good. Thank you so much. But that only goes a short period of time. So we would still love to welcome more donations if people could bring those in. So how far will this go?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member, Mayor, and Council. We got another $5,000 from a citizen last week to increase that pot. And Andy had indicated that Tina had instructed him before her departure to put away some money for the program. So there is enough right now, if we had to buy equipment and get started for everybody that we need. We need to thoroughly vet our policies and procedures. And the big thing is the ongoing costs of storage. So we certainly need to be mindful of what we get into there, because it could be cost prohibitive. So like most everything that we get into, the hardware itself is relatively inexpensive, so to speak, and easy to get. It's the long-term maintenance that goes on in perpetuity. So we're well positioned right now to start moving forward. I will have a presentation for you in a couple of meetings from now to kind of go over some of the details of that and get some direction and see what it is that you or how you want to work that program. But again, the problem is the ongoing costs.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll just underline our thanks to Breakfast Flakes. Most people listening will know that that's a radio station, but that's Cat Country 102.9. Paul Mushagen and Mark Wilson, they have their own foundation that they contributed to this $50,000, and also encouraged many citizens to do so as well. And that's why it was so much money raised. And following on Philip 66 earlier contribution of $50,000 is why we now have the funds, it sounds like, to really buy virtually all the cameras we need. but we do have this very expensive process of storing them. So thank you for bringing out that information, Councilmember Ronnie. Councilmember Purington?
Just a quick question to the chief. Are there grants out there that might supplement that server issue?
Possibly. We are seeing lots of grants come available during the COVID season. So we have to look through those and see exactly what it is that applies. So we'll be working with IT on that, because anything we do is definitely going to impact their operation as well. So we don't want to go off unilaterally without consulting with IT.
Sure. Thank you.
And Mayor, one point, if I may.
Please.
Yellowstone Cooperative also donated $10,000.
Wow.
They did that the day that we were presented 50, so they're contributory as well. So very much appreciate those large donations.
Very much. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
One other item is item 1H. This is not separated, but just to point out, there was language in the condition. This is a preliminary plat approval that in the mayor's notification letter suggested that the applicant would have discretion as to what kind of street improvements were made after looking at the traffic impact statement. And I sent around an email to council members and to staff suggesting or trying to clarify that that would be mandatory. If, in other words, if the traffic impact statement required something, that would be done rather than left up to the discretion of the applicant. In an email exchange, staff confirmed that yes, that was the intent, and they've already made a change to that document. Wyeth Friday, our planning director, is on. Wyeth, can you confirm that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, we did make that adjustment in that one condition and have updated the letter for the mayor to sign. And really, it just clarifies further that with the traffic analysis, that engineering will be taking the lead on determining what those requirements and contributions will be, working with the applicant. So I think we're set to make that adjustment. Great, thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion for approval of the non-separated items? I saw Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Ewald. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to clarify that what you just talked about, this item H, that has been updated on the public website, so they are aware of the change. And so what we're approving tonight is your change to that item, not what was sent out a week ago in our packet. Is that correct?
Yes, that is certainly the intent. And so I'm going to ask that the movant, Councilmember Yakowicz, and the second, Councilmember Boyette, confirm that as sort of a friendly amendment to their motion to the extent that that's necessary. Councilmember Yakowicz, is that your intent? Councilmember Yakowicz puts his thumbs up, indicating yes, that's his intent. Councilmember Boyette put his thumb up, so that is their intent. So that motion should be deemed amended to make that point explicit. Thank you. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a little bit off the subject, but still on the subject. How many times have we run into this traffic impact study that gets done after we pass a plat or something? We had it with the coffee shop on Grand and 5th or 6th, whatever it was. We run into it here. We've run into it at the car wash. It was on Lewis and 24th. Is this a city ordinance that says the traffic study has to be done after the plat and everything's done? Why can't it be done before time so everybody knows what page you're playing on?
Planning Director Friday, can you comment on the timing of traffic impact studies?
Councilmember Ewald and Mayor and Council. So I guess just a little clarification, the projects that were mentioned regarding the coffee shop and other projects that are in the special review, go through special review in those cases, those applicants at that point are very early in the process. They're trying to move forward and see if they're on the zoning side through that special review process that they're going to be able to continue and complete their project. So they often have not done their entire analysis or traffic impact study as part of that if needed. In some cases, depending on the program or the project, there may or may not be a full traffic impact study needed. So really, they're doing their initial due diligence, and then they complete those after they are sure that they can go forward. They're not inexpensive and they're pretty complex. So that's what happens on the special review side. With subdivisions, often they have completed an initial TIS, and usually at that point, engineering and the applicant's engineers are reviewing that and coming up to make sure they've got they've covered everything and they've got those requirements for any contribution. So in this case, the city did receive initial information and is reviewing it and will then put out those requirements. So it's not that we didn't get any analysis up beforehand. It's just that we're still in that process, and engineering will complete that before. This is the preliminary plat also, so they haven't come back for final. So there's this period right now where they'll complete that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion for approval? Councilmember Neese.
I'll defer to Councilmember Ewald, and then I'll come back.
Okay, Councilmember Ewald, you had a...
Thank you, Mayor. This is on 1I, the street lights on 27th. So the state is paying for the lights and for the installation of them. And what I'm understanding is the price per lineal foot, or it must be lineal foot of frontage, is assessed, and it's only for the electricity, right? So who maintains the lights? Does the state maintain them when the bulbs burn out?
Yes.
Okay, our city engineer, Debbie Melling, answers yes. Maintenance is up to the state.
Yeah, this is the only district we've had like this. This is very unique. Usually we do the operations maintenance and the electrical cost, but in this particular one, the state's going to do it because it is their right of way. 27th is a NHS route. And so they're actually maintaining those lights. So this is just electrical cost. Very unique.
One follow-up, Mayor.
Sure.
How did you arrive at the 58 cents a foot? Is that just a floating number? If after it's in a year, it comes up to 38 cents and that's what the charge is going to be? Or
we do base it on existing districts that we have now. We do have electrical costs that we track for all of our districts. So we look at ones that are similar to this, anticipate that, and then we do modify those every year. And you'll see that annually that will come back with new district numbers.
All right. Thanks, Debbie. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. This is regarding item 1C, the South Park splash pad budget amendment, $4,000. Can we get an explanation as to it? As I read the memo, it appears to me the contractor didn't do their work. It somehow must have gotten fixed. I remember this coming up discussion a year or so ago, how there were some issues with the splash pad. They've now, I guess, have corrected it and it's operational, but yet we're paying an extra $4,000. Can we hear?
Yes, City Administrator Kukulski was involved with that. Chris.
Yeah, Mayor and Council. So yes, unfortunately, this project actually it did take place, and I think maybe was mostly completed before I arrived in November of 18. But we did have substantial challenges with the contractor. Bottom line is to avoid litigation, we went in to spend a full day with a mediator, working through all the issues. We have currently held back all the retainage on the project, which is what you do by the contract to make sure that the completion work is done to satisfaction. The project did get completed. It did cost us some additional time from staff. We did have some parks work that needed to be done. We did calculate that into the part of our negotiations, for lack of a better term. And the bottom line is, I'll be glad to answer any questions, but after 8 hours of negotiating with the mediator, I did determine that if we could settle it for this additional $4,000, pay them the contracted amount that we had agreed to, the project is done, it is working, We expected to have a life expectancy of the original design, and therefore, rather than litigate it, we would make a business decision, make this settlement, and move on.
Okay, just quick follow-up, Mayor.
Sure.
So, Chris, if this is the extra $4,000 to the contractor, you mentioned that there was additional costs for the city as well and staff. So, wouldn't that also have to be included in the budget of the project? So that maybe it was $10,000 in additional staff work to it. So we're going to increase it $14,000, but 10 of it is actually paid through, from the city based on the city staff. Would that not go into the project cost?
So, Mayor and Council, there weren't any dollars out to other contractors. So it was our staff and our time. Maybe going into a project on the front end, though I don't think we typically do this. We do not track, every hour and then contract out, so to speak, our own internal engineers or park staff. Though we do track time spent on other projects for the purpose of calculating the park maintenance district. So that level of detail, we had estimates that we were working off of for negotiation purposes as to how much did this cost us in addition to do it. But bottom line, no, that cost did not get charged to my knowledge. Andy could correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe those costs were ultimately charged to the project. They were hourly rates, and they were not outside purchases of salaries and time.
And so a quick follow-up, Mayor.
Okay.
And so those costs then were just absorbed by the parks fund instead of, okay, thank you.
I'll go to Councilmember Ewald, but if anybody else had a question before we do, that hasn't had an opportunity. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Chris. This one just kind of got away on us on a couple of different occasions over there. I guess my question is, now that it's complete, the contractors are basically going away. Are we outside of any warranty work on their labor, on their workmanship, or do we now have a specific warranty time for them, not the equipment itself, but them?
I'm going to need, thanks, Councilmember Brown, Mayor. I'm going to need Mike Whitaker's help. My suspicion is was it the standard 1 year warranty on work? Mike, could you give any additional information relative to warranties, workmanship, and or equipment? I will say that this contractor is no longer in business. So that is another, I'll leave it at that. This contractor is no longer in business.
Mayor and Council, this project had your standard 1 year warranty on the construction of the facility, but I think we have a couple extended warranties on pumps and motors and that kind of thing from the manufacturer. But it had the standard 1 year warranty.
And Mike, if this has gone on for several years, did that begin long ago and has since expired? Or do we know if it did not start until this resolution through the mediation or some other later time?
My understanding, once we opened the facility, the warranty started. So that's been over a couple years ago. So the warranty has expired. I would like to add too is the aquatic contractor, Associated Pools, out of, I think, South Dakota. They're a very well-known company, and I'm very comfortable with the work they did. So I expect the facility to last several years. When I say several years, over 20, 25 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald?
So, Chris, if I can understand this right, we paid full price of the bid contract plus $4,000.
To be specific, Councilmember Ewald, there were two change orders. So if my memory serves me, the entire contract was in the ballpark of $1,030,000. I'm going to round it, $1,040,000. There were two change orders in the contract that added $10,000 to it total. So it took it from $1,030,000 or $1,040,000 to $1,050,000. And this is $4,000 above that contracted amount. And I would say, with all of our headaches and frustrations with this contract, this is not where I want to be. And yet, with what we're paying, I'm very confident we will spend a lot more money than this if we lawyer up and fight about this in together. So this one was a business decision, partially made by the fact that this contractor is no longer in business.
So I'm right. We paid full price of the contract plus the overages plus $4,000 to make him go away.
I would say $4,000 to make him go away. We had agreed to, and I confirmed the 2 change orders were legit change orders of either work or equipment that was not in the original set of specs. So yes, we paid $4,000 above the contracted amount to be done with this.
That's a pretty good deal.
Okay.
I think it was a pretty good deal under what we could have been spending for my time, the lawyer's time, our team's time, as much as I don't ever like to have to make a business decision on a deal like this, but that's what we had to do, in my opinion.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion for approval of non-separated items? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval of the non-separated items. All in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all council members. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. For separated item, Councilmember Ronning, this was your item 1G. Would you like to begin this?
Yep, thank you. This is probably for Brent Brooks. And I think he's on there. Maybe Chris could answer that. There's Brent. So Brent, when I'm looking through the lease agreement and I get to the options for ownership. So one of the questions, and I went back and I listened to the full discussion that we had on this topic. And so when I look at this lease agreement and I'm looking at ownership option, one of the things that concerns me, and maybe I'm just not seeing it in this lease agreement, but if Billings Better Foundation chooses ownership option, what's the guarantee to the city that that land will be used as a public park? Because I hesitate to agree to something if we're going to just give over land for pretty cheap price and it doesn't remain a public park. I guess I want confirmation that it will remain public park and in writing.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor, and Councilwoman Ronnie. Good question. That is going to be found primarily under the warranty deed, what we call a deed restriction. And I'm looking at the bottom of the first page of the warranty deed. And it says the property conveyed, et cetera, in fee simple. And again, this assumes at some point that the Better Billings Foundation would indeed purchase the property. But it says that the property conveyed will be exclusively used for the development and continuous operation of a park open to the public for recreational use, generally without charge. So the deed restriction, should the BBF actually purchase the property, would control and require that land be open to the public.
Okay, thank you. And can I follow up for a second?
Please.
Thank you. So even though that language is not referenced in the ownership option, it's still covered. I just wanted to clarify that, correct?
Your Honor, Council and Councilwoman Ronnie, yes, that is correct. In other words, if the property is eventually purchased, this particular deed, which was attached as an exhibit for the very purpose of telling the public, hey, if this property is purchased, this is the deed that will be conveyed by the city to the BBF, including that restriction that says the property does have to be open to the public. And that was a concern of ours and Chris Kukulski's, as well as Mr. Whitaker's, and the BBF was very willing to put that restriction in the proposed future deed.
Okay, super. I appreciate that. And that was one of the things that I just wanted to make sure that was confirmed and didn't see it. So thank you so much for showing that.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ronning. Section 13.3 says that the lessor will execute a deed in the form attached. Here too is Exhibit A. So the lease references the attached deed, which includes that deed restriction. Very good. Any other discussion on this item, or is there a motion? Councilmember Neese.
I have a quick question for Brent on this, because within that deed restriction, it mentions that for public use for recreational and general without charge, or generally without charge. I thought I recall reading that they could charge for some nominal type services. So which is going to control, the actual language of the deed or this agreement that it's being signed as far as determining what can be charged and what cannot be charged?
Your Honor and Counsel, I think both would be read together until such time as the BVF actually purchases the property. But again, these documents make it clear, at least in our opinion, that this will be open to the public generally without charge. I believe Mr. Barthurley had mentioned there may be some events where a nominal fee is charged to offset the cost of an activity in the park. And that's why you see that generally without charge language, and also the language, Councilmember Neese, that you just referenced in the lease. But I think both of these documents read together, and the contingency of purchasing the property by the BPF certainly again conveys the requirement, not just the thought, the requirement that this property be open for use to the public, just like any other park, with the exception of some events that the BPF may sponsor, requesting a fee to offset the cost of that event.
Great, thank you. Mayor?
Sure, Councilmember Neese.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 1G.
Okay, motion is for approval. Is there a second? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Bewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. On page 3 of the agreement, 6.1, repair and maintenance, it says lessee shall at lessee's expense keep and maintain the exterior of the premises. I think that exterior needs to be erased out of there. They should only be responsible for the premise that they have and the structures they put on in it, not the outside exterior.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what an exterior of a park means. This is obviously an artifact from a building. So would you be content if we just removed the phrase exterior of the, so it says they keep and maintain the premises? Is that your point, Councilmember Ewell?
I would be satisfactory with that, because the exterior of their part of the park is more parkland, and they don't have to mow the rest of the parkland. So
yeah. So question for Brent, are you okay with that? And I see that the attorney for Better Billings Foundation, Andrew Bilstein, is also with us. So that's the question. And 6.1, if we get rid of those 3 words, exterior of the, is the city happy, and is the Better Billings Foundation happy? Brent?
Your Honor and Counsel, I'm fine with that exclusion in that amendment.
Mr. Bilstein?
Yeah, that would be fine with us, Mayor. I guess just to make sure we follow correctly what our responsibilities are. Our understanding was any, lawn type area that is on the property the city is graciously letting us lease, we are to mow and maintain, but certainly not adjacent parkland. So, I mean, if exterior of the premises means we're not supposed to take care of adjacent property, that's great. But if we're not even supposed to mow this property, that was not what we thought the city was asking. So.
Yeah, I think we're just saying you'll take care of this property, so that's the premises. Councilor Pickerton?
Did I read in there someplace that there could be a fence that could be erected just for the safety of separating, like from the street? Was there something in there? Could that have been the exterior portion of that?
I don't know what exterior of the premises means myself. Yeah, maybe. Okay. I think that would be confusing. Okay, so the parties agree. Maybe if we get to a Councilmember Neese, we already had a motion which was approval in the previous form. Do we have a friendly amendment that we would, you're okay with excluding exterior of those three words in section 6.1?
Yes, I am.
And Councilmember Ronning, you had the second and you're nodding in agreement. So, okay, so that would be an amendment. Further discussion on the motion, which is for approval. Any further discussion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item is item 1L1 and or 2 or 3 if they were combined. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Your Honor and Council, I make a motion to approve item L 1, 2, and 3 with excluding Councilman Brown.
Councilmember Ewalt had his two fingers up first, I believe. So is there any discussion? Motion is for approval. We'll proceed to a vote then. All in favor of the combined motions for L1, L1, 2, and 3, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the council. It's unanimous with the exception of Councilmember Brown, who did not vote. Thank you very much. That concludes then item 1, our consent agenda. We'll move then to item 2, the regular agenda. Tony, would you read item number 2, please?
Item number 2, public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 1 to include recently annexed property in annexation 20-02, an approximate 0.475 acre parcel located at 1053 Lincoln Lane, Propriedad LLC owner. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Do we have a presentation by Monica or another parks or a planning representative, Chris or Wyatt?
I think Wyatt has got us covered on this one.
Wyatt.
Yes, Mayor and Council, thank you. And yeah, I don't have any slides. I'm just going to sort of talk you through this. This is the first reading of a ward ordinance inclusion of this property that was annexed, went through the annexation process, and the council approved it back on July 27th. However, at that time, there was a condition required for this annexation that a development agreement be executed within 6 months between the applicant or the developer and the city. That has occurred. The city approved that development agreement on August 24th. And so now we are coming to you to complete the annexation process, which is to do the ward boundary adjustment to include this property. So this is the first reading with the public hearing, and then there'll be a second reading to conclude this annexation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff or motion or other brief discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Shaw.
I was going to say, I'm happy to make a motion, but I think, do we need to do public hearing first?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, thank you for catching it. Yes, thank you very much. This is a public hearing item, so if anybody would like to be heard, that phone number that you need to call is 237-6196. Again, 237-6196. The meeting, our actual meeting is ahead of what you're hearing briefly by about a minute. So please shut off your television or your computer and just listen to the Tony on the phone when you call that number, and you'll have an opportunity to comment. We'll ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less and just state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Number again, 237-6196. Purposely delayed a little bit to give you an opportunity to call in. Tony, do we have anybody who's called 237-6196?
I have not received any phone calls.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing component then. Back to soliciting a motion. Councilmember Shaw?
Thanks. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 1 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette, I'd like to make a second. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is in favor of item number 2, consistent with the staff report. All in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to item number 3. Tony, would you read item number 3?
Item number 3, public hearing and resolution assessing the cost of sidewalk construction and/or repair. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
And do we have a report by Jennifer or anyone else from Public Works on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I will just give a very quick presentation. I'll share my screen real quick. Tony, can you enable me so that I can share?
Tony is a great enabler.
There you go, Jennifer.
Thank you, Tony. Okay. Just very quick, just to let you know what the sidewalk assessments that we're asking council to approve tonight are all about. We created a sidewalk hazard program and a method of financing our sidewalk repairs back in 2018. Previous to this, the only way that we had to finance our sidewalk repairs was through the sale of bonds and in the annual sidewalk program that you have seen come before council. So this caused some liability issues for the city, as depending on when a tripper or other sidewalk hazard was reported, it could be a year or more before the repair was done. So under this new program, property owners still have an option of completing the repairs themselves, or Public Works will do it for them under either an ongoing small concrete repair program or sidewalk grinding contract. So once the work is done, we then send a bill to the property owners and assess interest after 60 days. If costs remain unpaid on September 1st, the unpaid costs are assessed on the annual property tax statement. So before you tonight is the resolution to assess the unpaid costs on the upcoming property tax statement. Property owners can request that their assessment be spread over 5 years if they want to, rather than in one lump sum. The resolution that did go into the council packet included 10 tax codes to be assessed for sidewalk repairs. However, 2 tax codes paid their costs in full today, and I would ask that you approve an amended resolution removing tax codes A00641 and A10218. This will leave 8 properties in the program to be assessed. 2 of them are to be spread over 5 years, and 6 of the properties are assessed in one lump sum this year. So the total assessment amount with the 2 tax codes removed is just under $3,000, and this money goes back into the Sidewalk Hazard Fund to reimburse the city for its costs. So, like I said, quick tonight. Turn it over to council for questions.
Very good. Thank you. Questions for Jennifer, Councilmember Ewald, Councilmember Tricky?
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, on the Heritage Trail, that's Public Works property. Kiwanis Trail up in the Heights. Is that right?
Right. Yes, correct.
Okay. On the west side of Walden Park, I've been trying to get this done since I got on council. There's a bad break in the sidewalk. So that's almost 3 years now. It's still there. And $4,000 will be cheap if somebody falls and breaks their leg. And we have a lawsuit over it. And then the Parks Department, or maybe Public Works also, the sidewalk on the east side of Walden Park is just as bad in disrepair and looking for a lawsuit. And that's been that way ever since I've been on council too. So if we want the residents to fix their sidewalks, I guess the city should fix their sidewalks.
Councilmember Ewald, I will check on that tomorrow. I do believe the one part is parks, as you mentioned, but I will check.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Tricky and Councilmember Neese.
Director Dre, could you explain to the public how, if one of their neighbors or if they themselves want to be in the sidewalk hazard program, what they would have to do?
Councilmember Tariki, the best process is to call the engineering department. We'll send somebody out to look at it and either get it on the short list, the Tripper program, if it's, a bad enough repair that needs fixed quickly, or put it in the annual program if it can wait.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Danny was actually asking the same question I was asking, but Jennifer, I guess I'll ask a little further. Is there, for instance, like in code enforcement, we can go into code enforcement as an online form to report a code violation. Is there anything that you have in the department that we can create a Tripper program so people out walking can notice the walkway and report the fact there's a hazard? We were just out walking the other night. My wife tripped over a probably 5-inch break in the sidewalk. And so, I realized we probably should report that. And so is there a way we can do that just online, or do we have to make a phone call to Public Works, Street Department?
So Councilmember Neese, right now it's a phone call to Public Works. However, we are in the process of working with GIS and either using a GIS app or a different app that people can actually use, not just for sidewalks, but for potholing or driving.
Okay. Mayor, a quick follow-up or another quick question.
Sure.
Actually, this is directed to Chris. Chris, Frank, and I also brought up that sidewalk regarding on the trail there, and it has not been fixed. This has got to be fixed, and I appreciate Jennifer getting back to us, but we need to have you get back to us. I would hope that we get this fixed this year. There's still a little bit of time left this year to get that done, but we have been after that for several years to get that done. So thank you.
Mayor and council will get after it, and whether it's a park sidewalk or a public works sidewalk, doesn't matter. It's a city sidewalk. So we don't seek to treat them any different from each other based on the department that technically might own the property underneath of it. So my apologies if that hasn't been resolved earlier. We will get on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, sort of a technical question. In your PowerPoint presentation, there was a photo of a sidewalk in terrible condition that obviously had been broken up by tree roots. What do you do in that situation since the root is still there? Can't just put another piece of concrete over it, or the problem's going to happen again. Do you actually cut out the roots? And if so, what's the risk to the tree? How do you deal with large growing tree roots?
Mayor and council, trees are definitely an issue for sidewalks. Engineering works the best they can with the property owners to try to save those trees if possible. There are situations in which they just need to completely come out though, and the roots removed and everything.
Okay. Other question, and just a reminder, we do need a motion pertaining to this item, but are there other questions for staff? If not, is there a motion?
I think we need a public hearing or not.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm terrible at that. I admit it. This is a public hearing. So the phone number, if you'd like to be heard, 237-6196. Please call that number if you would like to be heard on item number 3, the sidewalk construction assessment. 237-6196. We'll delay briefly to give people an opportunity to catch up with our meeting. Reminder again, please turn off your television or your computer and state your name, and we'll ask you to keep your comments, your name and your address. We'll ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. 237-6196. Tony, do we have anyone who's called 237-6196?
I have not received any phone calls.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing on item number 3 and entertain a motion. Is there a motion on item number 3? Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution assessing the cost of sidewalk construction and/or repair as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy, you had your hand up. Did you want to make a second for that?
One question. Yes, I do. Should we make that motion include excluding A00641 and A10218?
Yes, I think so, because as recommended by staff, could be a little confused. The written recommendation is now different from the oral recommendation. So just to clarify, Councilmember Boyette, that's the intent of your motion, I assume? Yes. So he gives the thumbs up to exclude the 2 tax codes that have paid. And Councilmember Joy, obviously that's your intent. So that is the motion. Discussion on the motion? Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Item number 4, and here I'll ask Tony to read it, and I'll tell you a little bit about our procedure here. So Tony, would you? Let me just start here. We have 5 different sub items on item number 5, dealing with different assessments. After discussion with the city attorney, the process here will be consistent with what we've done in the past, which is to ask for a recommendation or a presentation by staff members for each item, come back for a single public hearing, ask anybody who would like to comment to identify which of those items, but we'll have, again, one public hearing after getting the presentation on all items. And then when it's time to for a vote after council discussion, we'll have separate votes to make sure it's clear as to each item. So 1 hearing, 5 votes. With that, Tony, would you read item number 5? Why don't you do all, I'm sorry, item 4, but all sub items at the same time. So Tony?
Item number 4, public hearing and resolutions allocating assessments on the following: A, SID 1408, B, SID 1410, C, SID 1413, D, Park District 1, E, Park Maintenance District.
Thank you very much. Andy or Chris will be making a presentation, I guess, for each of these items. Should we just turn it to Andy, Chris?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've got a short presentation and we will get through it. Thank you. Tonight we're just setting assessments for the tax bills that will go out in November. So these are all on items that have been approved in the past, but this is the final step, setting the assessment for the individual properties. As indicated, there are 3 special improvement districts that were created earlier this year. Bids for the projects were awarded in June. And so in order to start collecting payment to reimburse us for these projects, we need to get these onto the tax rolls. Coming up here, this SID 1408, 1410, and 1413. Again, these were all created back in spring and bids awarded in June. Park District 1, this one, you all received an email asking, there is an error in the staff memo and resolution. The budget envisioned $3 million in assessment revenue. The resolution is assessing $3 million, but it does reference the wrong percentage. As noted here, the resolution says 0.014097% per taxable value. That should be 1.4097 per taxable value dollar. I apologize for the error. So I'm asking that in order to generate $3 million, a modification to the motion rather than approving as recommended by staff, we'd ask that you approve at a rate of 1.409% per taxable value dollar, totaling $3 million. This will increase the assessment on a median home from $27.50 to $40 or $12.50 per year. And then park maintenance districts, consistent with the budget that was adopted. There are 36 park maintenance districts. 33 of them remain unchanged from FY20. The 3 that are being recommended for increase are Broadway City Hall, Mission United, and Falcon Ridge. These are routinely in a negative cash position, and we're working on getting them to be positive cash in order to make sure they cover their costs. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen and entertain any questions. And I believe there are staff as well on to answer any specific questions about projects.
Okay, this is an opportunity for council questions for staff on any item under item 4, so A, B, C, D, or E. After that, we'll open up for public comment. Councilor Rewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine is on 4A, Wanigan subdivision. This kind of goes back to my question about the traffic, but we when they originally let this in March 23rd, it came to the city council, and it was suggested that it was going to cost $300 per lot to get that street work done, and now it came in at $14,000 some $100, which is about a 33% decrease. And part of that area in there, which is on Shawnee Drive, opted out of getting this work done. And it may have been because they couldn't afford $21,000, but they may have been able to afford $14,000. That was the bid on the contract. And so with another 10 or 12 units or lots in there, that would have probably decreased it even more than the 14,000. And so they might have got the whole project done. So I think we got to start taking a little better look or figuring out how to do some of this stuff, because we might have got all them gravel streets taken care of in there if the actual price would have been closer to what the estimated price was given. I think it's great it came in way lower. Don't get me wrong there, but I think we got to learn not to. There's another department that does it all the time. They double the price and then they come in and go, well, no, this is what it costs. You can't do that. You got to get closer.
City Administrator Koski, can you comment on that?
You know, honestly, I'm confident our engineers and parks people do their best. We will certainly take the comments into consideration. Our goal is to be a little conservative, but yes, it is to be as close as we can, but higher. No one wants to find out that the assessment is higher than we told them it was going to be. In fact, legally, we may have a problem if it's higher than we told them it would be. But I can assure you, as I'm communicating with Debbie in this, we got great bids and we love it. Now, maybe what Debbie can help us with is, I know often in projects in the past, if someone wants to come in, we will broker a deal between a contractor and us if they want to get extra work done. Maybe that can be done in this. Debbie might be cringing at this point. Maybe she could weigh in if we've gotten anything we've done in the past where we've let some people opt out or something and the contractor's right there ready to do work. Or Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer.
Sorry, Chris, Debbie's off right now. I can tell you that we cannot add anybody at this time. It's the resolution is created with certain properties in it, and we can't add anybody else to it. But as you said, Debbie did confirm that they got great bid prices on this, better than they've ever seen. So this one just happened to be a great deal for the city and for the property owners.
But Jennifer, in that situation, couldn't the property owner contract separately with that contractor and hopefully get a comparable pricing?
Mayor, they could always reach out and see if the contractor would do it while they were in the area.
Yeah.
Separate from the city's contract.
Councilor Verewell, you had a follow-up there?
Yeah, I got a couple follow-ups. The one thing, that street, they went in and put the storm sewer in that street that elected not to have it. So these other lots are all paying for that storm sewer. The other thing is I drove that area and they've been working on this for a long time. They just drove it on Sunday, I believe. They got some road material put on there, gravel. It's not very good. There's no curbs, no sidewalks, nothing like that. And we're getting close to wintertime. So what happens now if the contractor comes back and says, well, now I need more money because I got to cover everything and I got to do this and I got to do that? Is the city responsible now that we've let the SID amounts?
Councilmember Ewald, I am checking with Debbie right now, but it should be done actually before winter is what she's confirming. So we won't have to worry about any extra costs incurred. The contractor should have it done.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Or Chris Kukulski, do you want to comment on that?
I just add a caveat, right? Nobody knows what the weather is going to be. So when we bid projects this time of year, there's risk on both sides. The Public Works department's got a good track record, not a perfect one. None of us do, but I'm confident they'll manage that contract to the best of our ability based on the weather conditions that we end up with. None of us know if we're going to have a cold winter or fall. Sometimes we can do a lot of work for another 60, 90 days. So we're trying to get as many of these projects done as quickly as we can, as reasonably as we can. So,
but if they don't get it done, we can't go back and increase the SID. Is that not right? The city has to eat the difference.
I believe that is correct. I wouldn't anticipate there would be an additional cost. There may be a headache of dealing with things through the winter, but I would not expect us to get an additional cost unless the contract somehow lays that out specifically on how weather might push a project out. Jennifer, do you want anything you can add to that?
Yeah, I would just say that our contracts typically have dates in them where they have to be done by. So if there is a delay that the contractor did not get it done in time, it would be their cost rather than ours.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for staff relating to any of the sub items before we go to a public hearing? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding number D, Park District 1, this is one where it was approved through the budget process. But there's a couple things I'm concerned about on this is when we're looking at modifying Park District 1. As I've attended some of the park meetings, I realize now they've indicated, and I've heard this, and Andy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard anywhere from $2 or $3 million in extra reserves, which I don't think is correct. $1 million reserves, $800,000. I know the Parks Board are recently talking about spending extra $800,000 that the Parks PD1 that has built over the years. And when asked during some of the budget process what funds require a reserve amount, there was only two, I believe, that were identified. One is required by the state and the building department. The other was the general fund has a 29% reserve requirement. Come to find out, the Parks District PD1 has a 70% requirement. I saw that on the email, a list of different, actually them and some others have some reserve requirements. So I wasn't aware that we're keeping these additional reserves. And then of course, now we hear a sidewalk hasn't been repaired for years and we got $800,000 plus sitting there. So I'm concerned that the Parks District has the money. We've added $1 million to the budget. And yet when we come to spending this money, there's nothing in the resolution that really directs how that should be spent within the PD1. PD1 initially was set up for $2 million, and I believe it's $700,000 goes to some certain operational expenses, and then $1.3 million goes to deferred maintenance expenses. But now we're throwing $1 million in here, but I don't see where the resolution is indicating that should be spent specifically. How are we changing the actual PD1 resolution to where we can guide how that money is supposed to be spent within PD1? We're just throwing $1 million in there, but we're not. No, Chris, I see you saying no.
Okay.
Mayor Cole, Pam Purinton is no longer with us.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I saw your hand, Councilmember Browning. I thought you just wanted to make a comment later.
No. So Councilmember Purinton's no longer with us, so she may be trying to call Tony.
Yeah, let's hold it off a little bit. We'll come back to ask Chris or Andy to comment on Councilmember Neese's question about reserves. Tony, are you getting any sort of input from Councilmember Purinton?
I have not heard anything yet.
Okay. Could we, do you have her home or cell phone, and could we ask you to call her and try to get a status report? Councilmember Boyette has.
I'm calling her right now, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll just hold up a little bit while we establish whether this is going to be a short time without Councilmember Purinton or a long time. If it's going to be a long time, we'll proceed. But
Mayor, if I could, while we're waiting, and help me remember to tell this to Pam, I did get a text from my staff. The Heritage Trail, I think that's been referenced, including in this question, that sidewalk would have been repaired. It will be repaired this fall as a part of what we just did. It would have been a part of this summer's sidewalk projects. It got hung up in the Aronson conversation. So several of our sidewalk projects for the summer got delayed, unfortunately. So the good news is it is a part of what the staff assures me will be done this fall. It'll be billed to Parks, but it'll be done. Parks and Public Works work together on these projects. So.
Okay, thank you for that.
Apology for the delay.
Yeah, no, thank you for that clarification. In just a minute, we'll get a report from Councilmember Boyette.
Mayor, her router died. She's going to call in on the 237-6196.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you, is she still on the line with you, Councilmember Boyette? Okay, when she does that, Tony, would you discuss that with her? Because we only have that one line for public comment. So at that point,
I won't be able to take public comment if she's
right. So we'll have to get public comment. So Councilmember Purinton, are you with us on the public call-in number? Tony, can you put her through if that's her?
It is me.
Okay, well, welcome back, Councilmember Purinton.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what we'll do is we'll include you on our discussion audit through at least the audio connection, but we will still need this number back to take public hearing on. So I apologize. We'll have to kick you off. Will you have another way by phone or otherwise, or another computer to join us? And that's the question, but Councilmember Tricky wants to chime in as one of our tech advisors. So Councilmember Tricky.
There are dial-in numbers so that you can just dial in for a phone number type of thing. I'm trying to look it up right now. Okay, so
let me do that. Let me see if I can. There is a dial-in.
Do you see that on your invitation? Those dial-in numbers, Councilmember Purinton?
Right. Let me go back.
If Tony locked the meeting, she would just have to unlock it. So
it is unlocked.
Okay. Thanks, Tony.
style by your location. Okay, I'm not.
Danny, if you see that number, can you just read it out to us and then Pam could just write it down?
Absolutely. Area code 669 900 9128, and then you need the meeting number, which, do you need me to say that too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and the meeting number is
Can we not say that? That
Okay.
will give it to the public.
Oh, good point.
So Tony, would you text the meeting number to Pam? And
I am on the phone. I am on the phone with Pam and I'm walking her through it.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, great.
Okay. They should be able to hear our conversation, so we'll proceed and then count on Councilmember Purington to get back with us. Back to Chris Kulski or Andy Zeller, our Finance Director, to comment further on Park Department reserves. We may need some clarification at this point on that, but Chris or Andy?
And I'm sorry, Andy, should we have Roy restate his question? I think there were several questions in there, but maybe you've got it. I had one component, but.
Well, I think I jotted them down. I've got three, but if we miss some, maybe we can go back through it. But why don't you start it off, Chris?
Well, the first thought I had, dollars that are appropriated in Park District 1 or collected through Park District 1, they stay in Park District 1. We don't spend them elsewhere. So that's part of how this reserve has been accumulating is it doesn't end up sliding over the general fund or someplace else. It stays there. The other comment I was going to make is I don't recall any specificity by the council for the expenditure of the additional $1 million for PD1 other than eligible expenses in Park District 1. So we didn't say we're going to spend that on personnel or we're going to spend that on only this project or that project. It was taking of the several million of eligible general fund expenses, moving it out of the general fund expenditures over to Park District 1 and collecting an addition that $1 million to pay for it over there. And then Andy, I'm sorry, I'd ask you to cover any kind of specificity on the other components.
You bet. Thank you, Chris, Mayor, Councilmember Neese. The first comment I think was on reserves and maybe two parts, one specifically on PD1 and another question on reserve limits throughout the city. So there are many funds at the city. I've got the administrative order. I'm just guessing there's probably about 15 that have a recommended minimum balance. Park District 1 does not have a recommended minimum balance. The 70% is for park maintenance districts. So there is no minimum balance for Park District 1. And I think that's largely because it's been capital and not necessarily having consistent expenses throughout the year like most other operating funds. I did do a presentation at Parks Board request because the budget document stated that Park District 1 ended the fiscal year with about $4.5 million in total reserves. So there's some questions relating to what those were for, why we had such a high number. And the main reason is because there's a lot of projects that are at some phase of completion, but incomplete. That total number, I believe, is it's $3.2 to $3.5 million. So my recommendation to the park staff was to incorporate about $1 million of spending into their future CIPs, that they could safely spend in future years on projects. And that's just amounts that have been built up over time, budget amounts that haven't been spent. Certainly, the limitation on what they can be used for is still within the umbrella of Park District 1. They can't be used for anything else. The $2 million limit, I believe you referenced that was mentioned in the original resolution of intention creating the district. However, that's only for that first year you estimate expenses. That's very common with all of our districts. You would estimate what your expenses are for that first year, but every year we set the budget and the assessments accordingly to cover that next year's costs. Again, the $1 million increase, as Chris said, would stay in Park District 1 and be limited only to those eligible costs. I don't recall if we talked about it to council or not, or at a council meeting or not, but the specific items that were moved from the specific parks items that were moved from the general fund were not Parks and Rec, but Park Division, a subsection of Parks and Rec, only their O&M costs, no personnel costs, and a portion of their capital replacement, a small portion of it. Majority of it still resides in the general fund. And that got us to $1 million. So those are the operating expenses that are being covered by Park District 1 with this $1 million that wasn't last year. I think that's all I wrote down for questions, I believe, that you had, but I may have missed one.
No, Andy,
could you just clarify?
Chris, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Chris, go ahead.
If you could just clarify one piece, or correct me if I'm wrong, Andy. Also, those additional dollars that Andy just referred to that are on Park District 1 reserve that are not appropriated for other projects, we can't just go spend that without your authorization. So that's why we were putting them back through the CIP process. Then they would have to be appropriated through the budget process, whether it's an amendment to the budget or next year's budget. So just because that money is accumulated, I do not have the authority, neither does the park department have the authority to go spend it on something we want to spend it on. It has to be appropriated through you. Thank you.
Mary, quick follow-up on that.
Please.
Yeah, and thank you. And that's good clarification, Andy, and I appreciate that, especially the 70%. And that's where I think on the budget side of things, when we didn't know there was this unallocated amount of about $1 million, that you had made a recommendation to the park board to then add more items into the CIP. I think if we'd known that in the budget process, we could have said, well, listen, we can actually still do $2 million. We still move $1 million in from the general into the Park District 1. There's extra money. There's $1 million there. We can continue on our same course that we have today at $2 million. Because we have an extra $1 million already in there. And so I think that new information, now we're coming after the budget process, we had an extra $1 million there that I would almost like to see us recommend drop that back to $2 million, still put in that it won't affect any projects because it was extra money that they had saved over the years from not being under budget on some of their projects. So anyway, that is something, just to confirm, Andy, that is something the council could do if they wanted to move it to 2 million now. It wouldn't affect any current CIP projects, and it would still allow the parks to use $1 million towards operational maintenance like it's projected to use. Is that correct?
So Andy, if you could comment on that. My recollection of the reason for the increase, of course, was to free up dollars to go toward our public safety deficit. But I guess the $1 million in reserves could also be used for that function. Of course, then those dollars would not be available for further park projects. But Andy, if you can comment.
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Neese, you are correct. The $1 million could be used to cover those O&M costs. I would only point to two things I would encourage you to consider. One that would impact future projects to the tune of $1 million, but probably more importantly would be this wouldn't go away next year. You wouldn't have that opportunity next year. So you'll be in the situation where you would have to raise this next year. That'd be the only other recommendation I guess I'd have to really keep in mind.
Yep. Thank you.
Hey, Andy, the Parks Board is working on recommendations for use of those reserves and the CIP. When will that be brought back to council, if you know approximately?
You bet, Mayor, council members. Presently, we are compiling the CIP for next year. It's very, very, very early stages. I believe the Parks Board has provided input. The intent is to have a draft CIP available to council and the public at the early October, so it'll be available for about a month and a half to bring it to a work session in mid-November for presentation, and then council adoption in December. That's the current timeline. And I am aware that they have made recommendations on the $1 million, specifically what to, I'm probably going to have to defer to Chris or Kevin or Mike on that.
Okay, thank you. I saw a lot of hands up there. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. The other thing about that PD1 moving that $1 million in, I think we need to be still clear on what's being used for what. That $1 million was for O&M. The $2 million is still for maintenance. And if you start mixing those funds, then that's kind of what PD1 is now. So I think we got to be careful and maybe kind of be very clear what the council wants to happen with that $3 million.
Okay, other comments here. Councilmember Tricky.
I do want to make the comment.
Oh, Councilmember, there you go.
Yeah, I must have hit my space button. I personally was quite aware, because of the nature of what the PD1 fund is like, is that there would be some money in it that was not specifically allocated to things, and essentially available. But any kind of a budgeting process and any kind of a fund like that, it's always kind of hard to estimate exactly what it was. So in my mind, when I made the decision to set PD1 at $3 million, it had nothing to do with where we were at in terms of what was available in that fund. It's always very hard to estimate that. And what you're really doing with the budget is sitting there and estimating how much revenue and where you're going to get it at, and how much and where you're going to spend that money at. If we really want to drill in and figure out how to spend that money, I actually do not think that this is the appropriate time to do that. I think that that is actually should be a separate initiative or a separate process. What we're doing here and now is talking about setting the SID levels. And that's really the only issue that's up for that. So that's my comment. I do have, as long as we're talking policy things, I do have one question. When TIF district values go up, does that affect SIDs as well? Are SIDs tapped out at a maximum level, or does the extra money from SIDs go into the TIFs?
Mayor and Councilmember Chiriki, special assessments are not like levies in that an increase in the TIF district will result in more revenue specific to that district. Presently, the only district we have that's assessed on taxable value is Park District 1. So that would be the only one that's impacted by that.
Oh, I see. So it's how the assessment is made and what it's made on that makes a difference.
Correct. A lot of our other districts are based on parcel size or zoning type. This is the only one that's on taxable value.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, we still will need to open it up for public hearing, but especially if you got questions for staff. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. If we got that much money left in PD1, is there any chance we can get a vault toilet put up at High Sahara Dog Park, maybe yet this year?
I asked that question to the Parks Board, if I may, Councilmember Ewald, and was assured that that is in the works for this fall. And our Parks Director, Michael Whitaker, said we'd have to hold it until then, but he wouldn't make us hold it too long. Mike Whitaker, what can you tell us about the famous vault toilet?
Oh, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to report that the vault toilet has been ordered. it usually takes 90 days to manufacture a vault toilet, but the company, they think they have one in the yard that they can speed up the process. Our goal, weather permitting, is have a vault toilet in place with an accessible route by the middle of November. Everything's weather permitting, but that is our goal.
Okay, thank you. Other special questions for staff? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. I didn't mean to get us off into project discussion. It was really regarding the assessment and thinking it could be down to 2 million instead of 3. But I do want to bring up item number E. And we're assessing this neighborhood parks on this. This has come up in prior discussions. Chris, I don't know if you or Mike Whitaker is working on this, but to prevent these assessments from happening all the time through these neighborhood parks, are we actively trying to move this to homeowners associations, turn this over to the private sector so that we don't have to be doing these assessments in the future? Is that something that we are considering, or does that need to be a council initiative we need to bring forward to get the Parks Department moving in that direction?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, you just brought up an extremely broad conversation, I think, which is, if I heard you right, are we contemplating getting rid of park maintenance districts and somehow either handing the responsibility over to homeowners associations or other entities? I've not had that level of a conversation in my time here. We have talked about how is the equity between and for property owners that are paying into park maintenance districts that tend to be neighborhood parks as I understand them. So there's been conversations around that. I think it's a exceptional, squarely in the council wheelhouse kind of policy debate as to if you want to fund the park maintenance in some different fashion than you have here for however many years we've had all these local park maintenance districts. So could be through an initiative process. I would tell you that's a very, very big animal that I would encourage us to be a part of. What are the goals for the next year, or what, that kind of a conversation, not kind of an one-off Monday night, let's go tackle this conversation.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for staff before we go to a public hearing? I'm not seeing any, so let's open it up for the public hearing. The phone number 237-6196. Please call that number. Now, if you would like to be heard on any of the proposed assessments included under our item 4, so that would be 4A, SID 1408, B, SID 1410, C, SID 1413, item D, Park District 1, or E, Park Maintenance Districts, all of the Park Maintenance Districts. If you'd like to be heard, again, that number 237-6196. We'll ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Tell us your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Please be sure to turn off your television or your computer, because our meeting is about a minute ahead of what you're hearing, and you'll be very confused if you don't. The number again, 237-6196. For any comments relating to how we set the assessments, any of these 5 different assessments. 237-6196. Tony, do we have anyone who's called 237-6196?
I have not received any calls.
Okay, I think we've delayed, so we'll close the public hearing on all items under item 4. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion for item 4A, resolution assessing SID 1408 as recommended by staff.
We have that motion. I see Councilmember Shaw with a second. Discussion now on the motion, which is for approval of item 4A, SID 1408. Is there any discussion? Chris Kukulski.
Mayor, and I apologize, I'll only make this statement once if I can get away with it. I just want to clarify, there were comments made earlier that could imply money here, there, not very specific. Each of these assessments those dollars have to be spent on the thing in which they're assessed on. So though we may underestimate or overestimate on a cost for Park District 1 or something like that, that money by law has to be used for the purpose at which you're approving the assessment for. So I don't want anybody, going to the ballot box tomorrow thinking, does the city really know where its funds go? Absolutely. In these assessment districts, they have to stay in the district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other discussion on the motion for item 4A, which is for approval? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all council members. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving item 4B. Is there a motion relating to item 4B, SID 1410? Councilmember Purington.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the resolution assessing SID 1410 as recommended by the staff.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all council members. Motion passes unanimously. Item 4C, as in cat. Is there a motion? Councilmember Joy?
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the resolution assessing SID 1413 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all council members. Motion passes unanimously. Item 4D, Park District 1. Is there a motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the resolution assessing Park District 1 as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Shaw, can we assume your motion includes the oral alteration of the percentage to be 1.4097%?
Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, that is the motion with that change. Is there a second on the motion? Councilmember Chiriki. Thank you very much. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that we're asking too much for the public on this, and I think that we should have reduced it, or at least specified how those funds are going to be said. This action that we're taking, we took in the budget, now solidifying with the assessment, is changing the way PD1 is now going to be assessed and used. And so I won't support the motion. And I don't think there's enough support to reduce it to 2 million and still use the existing reserves to finish out the project. So I just wanted to say that, and I guess we'll have the vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion for item 4D? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Yakowicz, Cole, Shaw, Chiriki, Joy, Ronning, Boyette, and Brown. Any who wish to vote in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Ewalt, Neese, and Purington. Motion passes 8-3. Thank you very much. Item 4E, Park Maintenance District, all of the 36, 33 remaining unchanged, 3 increasing. Is there a motion, Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the resolution assessing Park Maintenance District as recommended by staff.
Is there a second? Councilmember Joy. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There was a little discussion as city administrators said, this may be something that needs to be discussed at some other time, but Ward 3 has a lot of undeveloped parks, and they're in situations where I don't even think a homeowners association could actually make those parks come into being. One of them has a gas line through it. It's a very small area. Another one is on the top of a incline that is so sharp. I can't imagine what kind of park would actually work in that kind of situation. Right now, it's gravel and not very good looking gravel. So I look forward to having further conversations about undeveloped parks and the assessment for maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so that discussion in the future could address both construction through a park construction district and park maintenance once a park is already created. Further discussion on the motion, which is for approval of item 4E. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion for approval, item 4E, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council Member Councilmember Yakowicz, Cole, Shaw, Chariki, Joy, Ronning, Boyette, Brown, and Neese, and Councilmember Purington. If you'd like to vote in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmember Ewell. Motion passes 10-1. That concludes item 4E. And also all of items 4. We are at 7:38. We have 2 more items as well as public comment on non-agenda items. So I'd recommend we do take a brief break. 7:38. If we come back at 7:45, it'd be about 7 minutes. So see you at 7:45.
offline. And so when it went offline, when I plugged it back in, I didn't push. So my husband did.
This is the extent of my expertise. Unplug it and plug it back in.
That's mine.
We'll begin again. Welcome back, everyone. We left off at item number 5. So Tony, would you read item number 5?
Item number 5, downtown tax increment line of credit payment to Big Sky Economic Development. Downtown Billings Partnership recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of DBP recommendation.
Well, I see Katie Easton is with us. Katie, I take it you're going to make our presentation for us tonight. So unless Chris Kukulski has anything else, we'll turn it over to you. And doesn't look like Chris does. So Katie, welcome, and it's all yours.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Katie Easton, and I am here tonight on behalf of the Downtown Billings Partnership. If I may have permission to share my screen, I will endeavor to move efficiently through this slideshow, and then I would just like to get right to the questions there. So let's see if I can get this going. All right. So tonight we are here asking the City Council to approve the payment of the line of credit to Big Sky Economic Development in full using tax increment financing. Payment of the line of credit is and was outlined in the Strategy Partner Memorandum of Understanding approved and executed by the City of Billings on April 9th of 2018. I want to give just a very brief history of this line of credit, how we got to where that was. This is a line of credit taken with the collateral of 102 North 29th being used for this line of credit. 102 North 29th, currently known as the Yesteryear's Antique Building, was purchased in May of 2016 with the intention of future downtown development. So in May of 2016, City Council approved a TIF grant for the purchase of 102 North 29th by the Downtown Billings Partnership. In April of 2018, Strategy Partner MOU was approved by City Council and the Downtown Billings Partnership to continue with the One Big Sky development plan. The line of credit was taken out at this time and outlined in the Strategy Partner MOU. Fast forward to February of 2019, and City Council did adopt the One Big Sky development plan, for which this funding was used to carry out the development plan. Just this August in 2020, the Downtown Billings Partnership Board approved an early 100% payment on this line of credit. This was made at the request of Big Sky Economic Development, and their statement was included in the staff memo. As you all know, they are working to move ahead with their development in downtown Billings with the Montana Bank building. And if we could endeavor to make this payment, it just helps them cash flow this project a little bit better. Just as a point of fact, the line of credit balloon payment is due in June of 2021. And that was outlined in that MOU, which I did include with the council's memo. Just briefly to look at the qualification citations, this is a cost that is allowable in Montana Code Annotated, and I've outlined those parts of the MCA for you, both in the council memo and here tonight in this presentation, found in a couple different places there. It also is permitted use of TIF funds through the City of Billings TIF policy. And as I said before, the Strategy Partner Memorandum of Understanding did outline the payment of that line of credit, and paying it using tax increment funds was allowable for that payment. The fiscal effects of this decision are outlined here. The full payoff of this line of credit will be $409,000, $499.37. This is the original $400,000 plus 1.5% interest accrued over the life of the loan. If we are able to make this early payment in full for the line of credit, we will save $4,947.95 in interest. It also should be noted that the budgeted development incentives for Fund 203 and fiscal year 21 would allow for the full payment of the line of credit while also allowing for additional projects allocated within the district for fiscal year 21. I'd also like to note that the Downtown Billings Partnership Board elected that should council approve this decision tonight, we would like to retain the ownership of that building, but still intend that for future development to be sold to a developer in the near future, hopefully. And the future sale of this property would result in any and all of those revenues being returned to the district, to Fund 203, hopefully for future development. Working with Andy and Mehmet, we did look at the TIF fund forecast, and I just wanted to show this to you guys just to show what the beginning cash balance was for fiscal year 21, and then look at the approved development incentives. These development incentives do include projects that have been allocated from the past. So you'll see the Wendy's building or the McDonald building. You'll see Art House Cinema Phase 2, the Alberta Bear Theater, and then the projects that council did approve this year, the Wise Wonders Children's Museum, SEPTED, the Lou Talbert Space Clock Tower, and etc. We had included the payment of the Big Sky line of credit in FY21's budget because the balloon payment is due in June of 2021. So we wanted to make sure that that was included in the budget. But you'll see here that we do have estimated cash available after these projects that have already been allocated are paid out this year and in the future years, so that we do anticipate having funds to grant out in future years. So we don't see any problem with paying off this line of credit early. And so briefly, I'm happy to go back into any of those slides, but I do know that there probably are some questions and discussion. And so I'd like to just move to that and offer any answers I can give you tonight.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Questions for staff? There is no public hearing here, so we'll have questions and then we'll open up for motions and discussion on the motion. But questions at this point. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Katie, can you make your screen smaller so I can see people? That'd be possible. I don't know if people are gonna want to see those slides.
No problem.
My question is actually for you, Katie, is what's the goal or what's the reasoning behind holding on to the building for the short term? I mean, is it just you think it will appreciate in value and so it makes sense as an investment, or is there another kind of strategy at play there?
Mayor and Councilmember Shaw, I think that's an excellent question and really dives into the reasoning behind wanting to retain that property. The Downtown Billings Partnership currently leases that property to the Yesteryear's Antique Building, so it is a viable and successful leased building. However, the partnership truly has no desire to remain the landlord and owner of that property. If you go back to May of 2016, the property was originally intended with the goal of being able to assemble parcels of land for a future development. And we've moved through several ebbs and flows of different proposed developments for downtown. But we really feel that the use of that building and the reasoning behind retaining ownership of it for right now is that we can still hold on to what is a very valuable piece of property for downtown. There really are not a lot of properties that can be assembled with other properties that are available around it. And so currently, for example, the parking lot that's across the street that's leased by Diamond Parking, that would be a piece of land that could be assembled alongside with this one if you had a developer who is interested in pursuing a development for downtown. So we felt that the highest and best use for retaining this property right now would be that we can retain it for future development. So I've been working with Big Sky Economic Development, with Mehmet Casey, really working to pursue what other communities have done in situations like this. Outlining a request for proposals for developers to come in and talk about what kind of projects they'd want to do. But ultimately, our goal is to incentivize development and that infill development for downtown, which is so hard to find right now. And so we feel as the partnership board that that's the best use of the building for right now.
Thank you. Other questions for Katie or staff? Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Katie, will this have any impact on being able to use TIF and stuff for bonding those streets and things downtown? So that's a significant chunk of change coming out of there.
Mayor and Councilmember Brown, I think that's also a great question. We do want to be fiscally responsible with Fund 203. And so I'd also ask maybe Andy to step in here, but this does not preclude us from honoring that debt service for those bonds sold there. We absolutely are estimating that debt service as part of the operating expenses for fiscal year 21 and 22, and again, for the life of the TIF district itself. And so really going into this decision to ask for the payment of this line of credit, it was truly done with the fiscal responsibility that all of the debt service could be made. And also, in addition, still have money that we could allocate to other development projects should additional grants come in for fiscal year 21 and also into 22. So I do believe, and I would just ask Chris or Andy to reiterate that we've ensured that all of those debt services and other projects can be completed as intended.
Andy or Chris, do you agree?
Mayor, Council, that is accurate. And as was stated, it actually was already in the budget, technically. We just wanted to, because this has been such a sensitive subject, we wanted to bring it to the council for approval. We either going to pay it early and save about $5,000, or we're going to pay it in June of 21 and spend $5,000 more. We got to pay it. So. And I'm sorry, it doesn't prevent us, as Katie was accurate, it doesn't have a negative impact on the bonds we just sold and the project, the one-way project. I think the real question will be when we sell the land, what do you want to reinvest that money into to maximize redevelopment downtown?
Andy Zeller, would you like to contradict your boss?
Nope.
No. Okay.
But if I'm inaccurate, he needs to, so.
Okay, well, he's not doing that. Councilmember Brown and the Councilmember Nice.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question to Councilman Shaw's. So, Katie, how long are you guys thinking to hang on to this? I mean, is it a year, 2 years, 10 years? Have you guys thought about that?
Mayor and Councilmember Brown, excellent point, I think, to reference. We are currently working with Big Sky Economic Development. We also are contacting other communities around the country that we've seen requests for proposals go out and successfully be met, where developers want to come in and then develop a project. And so we expect that we would bring something back to the council as an update to be able to issue an RFP or request for proposals for a specific economic development project in downtown Billings. And so I would expect that would happen this year yet. We have no reason to hold on to it for any longer. If we were to need to hold on to it, it's paying the bills. We're trying to keep up to date on renovations and repairs. And so we can make it work, but we don't have any intention to hold on to that any longer than necessary. We'd like to incentivize a project.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nice. Did you still have a question on Councilmember Purington?
I did. Thank you, Mayor. And Sean did ask a part of my question. But Katie, I guess I have a question. You talked about the 203 funds. So in the retaining ownership. So I was kind of wondering, I would anticipate if, I'm assuming the fund that was bought with 203 funds, it's maintained with 203 funds. The rent that comes in probably goes back into the 203 funds. And so if you did sell it, it would automatically go to 203 funds, or is that not the case? I mean, it was kind of, I didn't quite understand why you're asking or saying you would do that, although I don't know if it's in writing somewhere. Saying you're doing it is different than putting it in writing, but yeah. So why is it something we actually have to approve to go back to 203 if it came from 203? Or did it not come from 203?
Mayor and Councilmember Nice, thank you for allowing me to clarify that, because I do think that's a really important clarification. When the council approved the purchase of this building by the partnership, it was like any other grant that was issued for any private or public firm to use grant funding. And so we just feel that it is important to allow council to have a say in what we are doing with the building as it relates to economic development. The rents that come into the property are actually what maintain the property. We don't put any money, any additional money out of Fund 203 for any maintenance, any sort of repairs on the building. The rent that we receive from the Yesteryear's Antiques building pays for all of that. For example, a new roof is going on and that's paid for all by rent and then a hail damage from last summer. And so we don't go back for any other additional funds from 203. So the reason that we would want to issue those funds back to Fund 203 is that we would just want to continue incentivizing other projects with that fund. It wouldn't come back to the partnership. We would want it to go back into Fund 203 for additional economic development, other projects that we'd see out there. If we got a really great proposal for a project for this particular property, maybe that can kind of be turned back into it to incentivize that public infrastructure piece of it. But we would come back for those asks to council just in any, just the same way as we do for any other ask. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I think that helped clarifies. And so maybe I'll ask Brent if he can chime in on this. How do we put that desire of the board to turn it back over to 203 when it's sold in writing? Because I don't see that it's a hey, we'll do it for you, but it's not necessarily part of this approval. How do we make that part of this approval?
Well, Your Honor and Councilmember Bernice, I would assume you could add this to the motion here today unless Ms. Easton has another thought. Certainly you could do like a side MOU if you wanted to, but that's getting a little complicated. But perhaps Ms. Easton has an idea.
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Bernice and Mr. Brooks, I appreciate that. I know that other organizations, especially economic development organizations for downtowns in particular, this isn't an unheard of thing to be able to acquire properties and then turn it back into a development. I think that we could look at a couple different things that could go as part of this this motion tonight. It could also be written up as an MOU, or it could also be written up as an individual development agreement between the city and the Downtown Billings Partnership. Again, this was just the effort of us wanting to make sure that the council knew that we wanted this money to go back into Fund 203 when it was available and back essentially for more projects. So however that was to be written up, I'm happy to help facilitate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Councilmember Purington.
So Katie, in regard to, do you pay taxes on this building?
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Purington, we do pay taxes. We pay the full property taxes from the partnership.
From the partnership.
Again, that comes out of the revenues from the rent from the tenant that is currently in the space. And so we pay all the property taxes. So even though the partnership is a nonprofit, that was part of kind of the agreement when the council originally authorized that purchase, was that the partnership would continue to pay property taxes back into the district.
So what I don't really understand is that you're saying that from the rent of the building, that pays for the taxes, it pays for any ongoing maintenance. And so you have a balanced balance sheet for that? I mean, it zeroes out in the end. There's either got to be a little less or a little more. So where does the little more come from? And if there's a little less, where does it come from?
It is a very accurately budgeted balance. I would say that if anything, we have a little more left over, and that goes into reserves. And so that in this case, we were able to do the roof after the hail damage, the significant hail damage last summer. And so that's all voted on and monitored by the Downtown Billings Partnership Board. But I would say it's a very balanced budget, very little plus and minus in that.
Okay. And just one more follow-up, Mr. Mayor. Going back to what Sean and Kendra were talking about, the length of how long you're going to hang on to this building. Is there not an ongoing lease? Is it year to year with occupants?
Councilmember Purington, that's a great question. This was a part the agreement that was something that I inherited when I first took this position. Since then, the actual ownership of the Yesteryear's Antique Mall has changed. It is under new ownership, and so now we are on a month-to-month lease with that business owner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Katie or staff? Councilmember Ronning?
Actually, I was going to make a motion, but if there's other questions.
I was also going to make a motion, so.
Okay. Councilmember Neese, did you have a motion or you have a question?
I had a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
Katie, how much did you buy the building for, and what's the market value now? Do you know?
Councilmember Neese, thank you for asking. We did indeed just get a broker's opinion on the value of the building. We purchased it for, I believe, council authorized $850,000, and I believe at the end of the day it was $816,000 is what we purchased it at. And the broker's opinion came back where at fair market value it would be anywhere between 700 and $1 million, depending on I guess everything that surrounds that. I'm not really quite sure all of the components of that, but there was sort of a range in there. So well within the range of what it was purchased for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then seeing no other questions, back to Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So I move to approve the downtown tax increment line of credit payment to Big Sky Economic Development as recommended by the Downtown Billings Partnership.
Councilmember Shaw on the second. Now discussion on the motion. The motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Boards change, and I know Katie and this current board want this funds to go into 2 or 3. I'd like to see us somehow figure out a way that we can put this in this motion. I don't know if someone else has an idea of how to craft that, but or if there's even enough support for that. But does anyone have any ideas of what they think that should go in that?
Councilmember, we'll come back to that. That's an important point, but Councilmember Brown?
Well, I was just going to respond to Councilmember Neese. And maybe this is a question to Brent, but can't we just say upon sale of the property, funds are distributed to the 203? I mean, can't we just add simple language such as that?
Brent Brooks.
Your Honor, Council, you certainly could. That would probably be the easiest way to handle it rather than an MOU or a development agreement. As long as Ms. Easton sees no problems, I don't see why we could not include that in this motion.
Hey, Brent, question. The motion is authorizing our authorization of TIF dollars for the partnership to pay Big Sky Economic Development, but there's nothing being signed off on in that. And so we might be 3, 4, 5, who knows, 10, 20 years down the line before the property is sold. Don't we need some piece of paper where the partnership has actually signed making that commitment? And just our motion is not being signed off on by the partnership.
Your Honor, Council, and that's why I suggested something like an MOU, some written documentation that furthers this obligation and the intent of the council.
Okay, so the motion would be modified if approved by the council to require some sort of binding contract to that effect in writing to be approved in the details, I guess, by our city attorney and city administrator. Chris, you had your hand up. Do you want to comment?
Well, why wouldn't we tie the use of the funds to the time that we authorize the sale of the parcel? So I realize that may not happen for months or years, but now we're going to create this agreement for some who knows what. I would ask you to not complicate this issue. This is just, can we pay what we said we were going to pay contractually? And can we pay it 5 months early or 8 months early and save a little bit of money and help them? I hear everything you're saying about 203. I would tie it to the time that we sell, you authorize the sale of the parcel, frankly.
Chris, can I ask you to clarify what you're saying? I'm not sure I'm understanding. If we authorize them to use the money, are you saying we do an agreement later, or?
I'm sorry. So this action tonight is authorizing us to pay what we've already agreed by contract to pay to Big Sky Economic Development. The issue of where the sale proceeds from the land should go in a future sale, being back to the TIF fund, which I totally agree with. I say we tie that into that decision in the future, not complicate or muddy up this payment to Big Sky Economic Development that has nothing to do with this issue. I mean, they're tied, but indirectly. That'd be my suggestion. Can be done for sure, but that's my thought.
Okay, I saw Councilmember Joyce hand up, then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I agree with that. We don't want to suppose something before it's actually happened. And I'm really interested to hear that the partnership wants to go out and explore some possibilities for redevelopment and how that might link up to other properties that would be available for development in downtown. And I'd hate to think that we're going to tie hands before we even get started in that kind of process. So,
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So Chris and Brent, would it just be better to do a separate initiative later on to enter into a contractual agreement or something like that, that those funds would go back to Fund 203 then? I mean, like you said, it might be 20 years down the road and half of us may not even be around, period. Well, maybe not half, but some of us, so we still want that intent, right? And I don't know if I want to wait until it actually sells. Who knows who's going to be around and know, what the intent was for those funds. I think the intent was always to go back to Fund 203. So I don't think there's any argument from anybody on this. Could we just do a separate initiative down the road or something to have Brent and Katie work on an agreement or an MOU or something separate of this?
Chris, Brent, you want to comment? I guess that was my understanding of what Chris was proposing. I have reason to be concerned about that, but I'll let Chris and then Brent comment.
So Brian, you got to help me here legally. I'm assuming absolutely we could, but it seems like it's an important exercise, I guess, to tie the hands of the future. What I would do is when the property sells, the condition is the proceeds from the sale go back to the redevelopment activities in the downtown TIF is what I would anticipate being more direct. And what's to prevent some future council from reversing what you do in an initiative 3 months from now? So I think it's a lot of work for nothing. Sorry.
Hey, Brent, before you comment, let me make a comment, then you can take my comment into consideration when you give your comment. Fast forward 20 years, if I'm on the Downtown Billings Partnership Board and I have other designs for these funds, my argument, which I think would be a very good one, is that the Yesteryear's building was not some bank account of the Downtown Billings Partnership. In other words, TIF money in some other form. It was a piece of property specifically approved for purchase with TIF funds in 2016 with no, quote, clawback provision at that time. In other words, it was like any other economic development project. It just happened that the money went into something owned by the partnership rather than developer Acme Development Company, so that we have no more right to get those funds back than we would with Acme Development Company. Now, we all appreciate the partnership is not Acme Development Company, and so I support this, but I'd be very concerned that this project could easily be treated like any other approved use of TIF funds back in 2016, where there was no requirement of reinvestment or keeping those as TIF dollars. So with that rather biased introduction, Brent, what say you?
Yeah. Well, Your Honor and Counsel, this is a classic policy decision, actually, more than a legal one. Certainly, we can do an MOU, we could do a brief development agreement, we could do any kind of binding contractual document between the city and the DBP to make sure that this money, when the property is sold, is reinvested, if you will, or allocated to this Fund 203. But really, at the end of the day, this is a policy decision for the council to make right now, or if you want staff to work with Chris and Ms. Easton and come back to you with something. But I was thinking what Chris was thinking, he articulated a few minutes ago, and that was, certainly when the time goes for this property to be sold, the council would need to approve that sale. And you could certainly at that time, as a condition of the sale, order that the allocation of the funds be brought back to Fund 203. So,
hey, Brent, let me ask you, why would the council ever have to approve the sale of this building?
Well, it certainly approved the purchase of it. I don't know why it would not be involved with the sale of it, Your Honor.
So, Mayor, I'm surprised if the council doesn't have to be involved in land purchase and sales. Now, statutorily, it's not required, but commonly in the agreement with the downtown or with a TIF, so I'm kind of going back to the agreement of recent property deals, often the city has said you can't buy or sell land without our approval. Brent, I don't know if we have that limitation in ours, but that's what I've seen in almost all the other TIF fund programs I've been involved in Montana.
And perhaps Ms. Easton has a more conversant recollection of the conditions of the purchase of this particular property than any of us, including me. But I am going under the assumption that the mayor and council would need to be involved in the decision to sell this property. Now, maybe I'm totally incorrect.
Okay, that'd be fine. I just don't know what that original agreement says, but what you're saying is there was presumably some sort of requirement to that effect, in which case, okay. I just don't know what that agreement said. Katie, do you know, does if the partnership were to sell this property in 20 years, does it have to get the city council's approval?
My understanding, Mayor Cole, is that it does not require the city council's approval. This would be treated as any other applicant to a grant through the tax increment financing district, that if Acme Development received a grant through TIF to do work, they could do what they would want to with that building. And so our intention, though, I guess, and maybe this is outside of the realm of the legal documents, is that the Downtown Billings Partnership always intended to partner with the city on a future development project. And we would anticipate that we would also hope to have that kind of partnership with the city in any future development with this property. So I, for one, and I would like to take this back to the partnership board, however we decide to proceed with this, but I, for one, feel comfortable speaking on behalf of the partnership board, because we have discussed this many times, is that I'm happy to enter into a development agreement with the city for the future use of that property, sale, development, all of that. But there is nothing in the past development agreement that states that we need to do that.
Okay, I saw Councilmember Ewald and Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you, Mayor. So what we're supposed to be deciding tonight is, are we going to pay this $400 loan off in September 2020, or are we going to wait till June 2021? And the only difference is like 9 months of half ownership in the building, because once you pay the $400,000, you only own half of what you originally had. So I don't think we have to worry about selling the building. We just have less value once we pay it off. So why do we pay it off in September? We might as well just wait till June 2021 and pay it off. At least we own the building in full that much longer.
Well, yeah, we're not paying it off. We're making a payment to Big Sky Economic Development or authorizing the TIF funds so that the partnership can pay Big Sky Economic Development.
For $400,000, half the value of the building that we purchased it for.
Yes.
So we only own half the building as soon as we pay it off. The value of the building anymore.
Yeah, we being the city, we don't own any of it. It's the partnership's building, is my understanding. Yeah, Brent's nodding his head there. Councilmember Ronnie, you had a comment, and then Councilmember Boyette.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was going to just remind everyone that what's on the agenda is not the sale of the building. What's on the agenda that we're discussing is about the payment of this loan from Big Sky Economic Development. And I think that the discussion of the sale of the building is not what is on the agenda tonight. And so I guess I would recommend that if we want to discuss the sale of the building, that comes back as an agenda item.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I agree, Penny. However, that information and that vocabulary was brought up in the agenda item of, selling that property and it going back to Fund 203. I think it's really important, but I agree. I think it's something we could do at a later time, but I think we do need to do something.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, and that's why I brought it up, because it was in the memo item. So I guess I'll make an amendment to the motion to include a legal contract agreement between Downtown Billings Association and City of Billings to reflect what they've indicated in this memo to us, that when the property is sold, the funds would go back to 203.
Okay, so the motion is for a proposed amendment to require some sort of binding contract requiring that upon sale, the proceeds of the sale would go back into the TIF fund, which I guess is called Fund 203. Is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Brown makes the second. Discussion now on the proposed amendment. Is there discussion on the proposed amendment? Councilmember Tricky.
I'm not going to support this proposed amendment at this time. I would fully support the idea at another point. If you read through what this thing was all about, Big Sky Economic, it needs to free up their line of credit in order to do prep work on their new downtown building, the Rock 31 project building down there. And so that needs to happen. That's the consequences of us not doing this, is that they're going to want to sell off that building faster in order to free up that line of credit, forcing it to sell it for whatever it can be sold for in the short term. So I think we're complicating something that's a very simple, straightforward issue. While there are policy issues that I can see need to be addressed and agree with, I don't believe this is the appropriate time. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion on the motion to amend the underlying motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I think it's interesting. We're all on the same page, I think. So I definitely agree with what Councilmember Brown is saying. Yes, I think this needs to be addressed, it sounds like. But I also definitely agree with Councilmember Chiriki that, to me, that's a policy discussion for the future. And the reason I say that is because I can already sort of think about various other scenarios other than just this building getting sold. What if it's traded? What if I think there's larger questions there. So I would say let's have that discussion. but can we have it another night? So for that reason, I'm going to vote no on the amendment. But just to want to be very clear, I'm very supportive of having the discussion. I think we should absolutely do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Other discussion on the proposed amendment? If not, we're going to proceed to vote on the amendment, and this is only the amendment by Councilmember Neese, seconded by Councilmember Brown. Is the motion clear to anyone? Would anybody like me to restate it? Nobody's asking me to restate it. So all in favor of Councilmember Neese's amendment, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Yakowicz, Cole, Boyette, Ewalt, Neese, and Brown. Just 6. Those in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council Member Purington, Chiriky, Joy, Ronning, and Shaw. So the motion does pass 6-5. So that's the now the underlying amended motion is for approval of the prepayment, but on the condition that we work out a agreement requiring those funds to be deposited in the event of sale. Council Member Chiriky.
So I need clarification now. Are we willing to delay the payment to Big Sky Economic Development while this agreement is being done, or are they separate actions?
My understanding is the motion made payment conditioned on having that agreement signed. So yes, it would delay. Well, it might delay depending on how long it took to get that agreement put together.
Well, I would assume that it would delay it simply because we're authorizing them to make the payment now.
That's correct.
Even setting up a meeting to negotiate this is going to take at least a week. So.
Agreed. And I assume Councilmember Neese and Brown would not disagree with what I just said. And yeah, nobody's disagreeing. So Councilmember Joy, now this is discussion on the now amended motion. Councilmember Joy?
So if this agreement couldn't come forward quick enough, we'd end up paying an extra $5,000.
If it went to about 6 months.
I mean, this council talks a lot about being efficient. That could cost us $5,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion now on the now amended motion? Councilmember Ronning?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree. You know, we talk about development, we talk about downtown, we talk about improving safety, and now we've got 2 partners that are willing to move forward, to work together. They were asking the city to come together and work with them to move forward, and now we're delaying the process, and just gets a bit frustrating when we talk about how much we want to improve the downtown, we want to improve the safety, and we've got these people.
Councilmember Ronning, I'm going to interrupt you. I apologize, but your comments are really out of order because the motion, we've already had that vote. If somebody who voted in favor would like to make a motion for reconsideration, that would be in order, but the vote has occurred. But do you have discussion on the now amended motion? And Councilmember Ronning or any other motion or any other council member? Councilmember Shaw.
I still have the same issue of what about all the other alternatives to just selling this building? And to me, it seems like we're pretty narrowly putting them in one box when I think the goal really is to create more economic opportunities. So for that reason, I feel strongly that these 2 things being tied the way they have, although I fully understand the intention, is going to make it more difficult for the DBA to maneuver in the future. And to me, that doesn't make sense when I look at the downtown and what we need to have done. So I am not going to support this, even though I seconded the original motion.
Okay, thank you. And Brent Brooks, I'm hoping to Councilmember Ronning and Shaw's point that we could move expeditiously on putting that agreement together, and Chris Kukulski as well.
Your Honor, Council, we could certainly do a very simple 1 or 2 page MOU with the downtown partnership and their attorney if they're so inclined to have him involved. But yeah, we could do that very quickly.
Okay, thank you. And Chris, I assume that's something, that agreement would just go on the consent agenda for our next business meeting potentially. But Chris, did you want to comment further?
So actually, you kind of leaned into it. So does it need to be approved by the council? The agreement, are they approving it tonight? Because if they do need to approve it, then we're a minimum of 2 weeks. The packet material's got to be done by the end of the week, essentially. And so we're just delaying paying Big Sky Economic Development. Maybe it's too late to have asked for an initiative. I think that's where Councilmember Brown first started. An initiative just to separately say, okay, you got 30 days to come back to us and make sure that when you sell the building, it's going to be spent. Money's going to go back in the 203 fund instead of holding up Big Sky Economic Development. That's as quickly as we can get it to you. Would be 2 weeks from tonight.
Which might be a little, might be very ambitious. Councilmember Neese, it was your motion. We can also clarify how that agreement is to be approved by council or by, in the discretion of the city administrator, I suppose. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I will reconsider. I think these are good arguments. And I will be encouraging Roy or myself to bring an initiative at the end of the meeting tonight. So I will reconsider on the initial vote.
Okay, so you're making a motion to reconsider the proposed amendment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess that will need a second, but the second can come from anybody, correct, Brent Brooks? Okay.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so is there a second? Councilmember Joy? Okay, now discussion on the motion. This would just, if approved, do away with that amendment. And Councilmember Brown, you're saying that if we then authorize the payment, you would come back to start the process of coming up with an agreement with them. Okay. So that is the motion. Councilmember Boyd, did you have a comment on the discussion or on that new motion?
I'd like just to resolve issue agenda item number 5 and move on, get over that, and then have Katie, Brent, and Chris come back to us at a later date with a proposal. They're not going to sell this property within a month, 2 months anyway. Let's just resolve the one issue and move on.
Okay, discussion on the motion for reconsideration, Councilmember Neese.
I think when items are brought to us for consideration and we're told things that we are making our decisions upon based upon what, the memos are telling us and we're relying on, I think the staff need to be prepared to provide and back up what they're saying they're going to give us. And so, and that's the only reason it came up in this is because it was mentioned in the memo. And, I believe that they truly want to do that. And I think that it should have been presented to us tonight within the agreement. So I understand, Sean, I don't think it's going to be that much of a delay. If Big Sky Economic Development can't wait 2 weeks or maybe even 4 weeks to the next business session after that, I think they've got bigger problems. And so I think it can be done within a short period of time. I don't think this is going to take very long. And so I won't support the reconsideration, but I think we should move forward and this is what they promised. I think we can get it done in a short order.
Okay, thank you. Just a question for Katie Easton or staff. Do you know of any hurry that Big Sky Economic Development is in for these funds? Do they have some sort of loan or project or payment to a contractor, for example, that they need to make?
Mayor Cole, I appreciate that question. And yes, I do think that this is really timely. They are right in the beginning stages of their project at the Montana Bank Building. They also have several significant initiatives on their docket as it relates to the economic response and recovery efforts that are being put forth in Yellowstone County as a result of COVID-19. So they really, I believe that it is a timely decision to make. That's where I'll leave it. I do believe it's timely.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion for reconsideration. Okay, the other thing I'll comment is with that new information, I'll also support the motion for reconsideration, but I think we're very dependent upon the goodwill of the partnership and Big Sky Economic Development, because I do question whether they have any legal obligation to do this, but I'm confident they will. And we can work out the details then. So with that, all in favor of the motion for reconsideration, which would remove the, okay, I apologize. I need a procedural clarification from our parliamentarian, Brent Brooks. Brent, this is only a motion to go back and have a new vote on the amendment. It is not to remove the amendment, correct?
Your Honor and Counsel, that is correct. So basically you are, if you vote yes, you are moving and voting to reconsider the motion to amend.
Okay, is that clear? This will put us back to that proposed amendment. Okay, so all in favor of going back and reconsidering the previous vote, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of reconsideration are council members Cole, Boyette, Treaky, Joy, Ronning, Shaw, and Brown. Voting against, please raise your hand. Voting against, council members Yakowicz, Purington, Ewalt, and Neese. So the motion passes 7-4. We're now back on council member Neese's original motion to amend. Any further discussion now on that before we ask for a vote on that? Seeing none, we'll ask for a vote on Councilmember Neese's motion to amend to require this contract as a condition for the release of these funds. All in favor of Councilmember Neese's amendment, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmember Yakowicz, Purington, Ewalt, and Neese. Voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Cole, Boyette, Treaky, Joy, Ronning, Shaw, and Brown. So the amendment fails. We're back on the underlying motion, which is for approval, made by Councilmember Ronning, seconded by Councilmember Shaw. Now discussion on that original motion. Is there discussion on the original motion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for asking that question about the Big Sky EDA. I'm surprised that they're that strapped of funds that they needed this so quickly. It seems to me that they could have waited a little bit, so I won't be supporting this motion. I agree with Councilman Ewalt that it's, you know, if we just went out and paid it off, it's only $5,000. I think I would have just left it at that alone. But yeah, it's surprising to see the Big Sky Economic EDA really needs this money that soon. It would be nice if they had been here to kind of speak for themselves.
Chris Kukulski.
I don't think that they're desperate for the money. I think that as a economic development partner that's putting all these programs together for the rebuilding of our local economy, we as a city, I as your city minister, recommend we get going. This issue of the tie-up of the sale of the land, as was said earlier, the land sale, there's no RFP on the street. So I think we can solve that before that becomes an issue. I just want to be clear. I don't think there's anything desperate about Big Sky Economic Development financially, but I do think it's an important message as a city that in our partnership with them, and they're being the lead on the recovery program from COVID-19 economically, that we don't want to do anything to slow any of that down. I don't know the inside accounting, but that's what I would just have us be conscientious of.
Okay, I'm sorry. Chris, are we done?
Nope. Yep.
Further discussion on the underlying motion, which is for approval. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So it says right in the memo that we got why Big Sky EDA requested this, that this funding is attached to a federal grant. It's attached to matching funds. So it does say it right in the memo of why Big Sky EDA is requesting and what the necessity is to have this payment in process over the next 60 days. So it's written right in the memo.
Further discussion. Thank you. Further discussion on the underlying motion. Okay, we'll proceed to a vote then. All in favor of the original motion, consistent with the staff report, no conditions, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmember Jackowicz, Cole, Boyette, Shrieky, Joy, Ronning, Shaw, and Brown, which I believe is 8. Voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Council members Purington, Ewald, and Neese. 3. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good discussion. We'll look forward to the rest of the story as we proceed. Tony, would you read item number 6?
Item number 6, Downtown Urban Renewal District Sign Incentive Program. Downtown Billings Partnership recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of CBP recommendation.
Thank you very much. We have a presentation either from Mamet, I believe, or Wyeth. Mamet, Chris or Wyeth, do you have anything before we just turn it over to Mamet? No, it's all, Mamet, it's all yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. If I may, in a second, I'm going to share my screen here. I have a very brief presentation, so I'll be very, one second here, very short. And are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. So thank you again so much. Tonight I am here for the Sign Incentive Grant. As you recall, back in July, I came before Council with a sign application. You'll see a picture of the updated installation of that applicant. So it's up and running and active, and it's getting featured on social media and by participants of that business. And so it's great success. However, as a result of that, it was recommended that we come back, the Downtown Billings Partnership come back for approval of the sign program to be managed in-house. So this is what this presentation is about. So here are a few expectations to look at moving forward with this sign program. It's going to be similar to our crime prevention through environmental design incentive grant, in the concept of a 1-to-1 match, 50-50 on both parties, not to exceed $3,000 per application. And then this program advocates for business recruitment and retention by providing financial and practical assistance to design, fabricate, and install signage that clearly identifies the location and entrance of a business or promotes the service or merchandise within and or attracts or informs customers. If approved by Council tonight, processing of this program will be conducted in-house while continuing to report to Council on its usage and efficacy, which, again, the SEPTED is similar in that processing. And let's see here. This is also, I believe this was on the staff memo, and this is used from the last presentation. Just a quick reminder on the sign fabrication and installation, where it falls in terms of the downtown strategic plan and goals of that, as well as the urban renewal plan, and then the city TIF policy and the Montana Code annotated, and how it complies and fits within those 4 documents, guiding documents that we utilize. And then similarly to what Katie presented, this is the approved budget. And with the differences, you'll see here the highlighted item is the sign program. What we have as an allocated amount to start with is a 30,000 amount, which came out of this here budget for other development projects. So as you can see, the budget allows for this item to be considered for the future. And then with that, I will open it back to comments, questions, concerns, and I will stop sharing so you're able to see everyone. There we go. As I mentioned, just brief and concise and short, and it's a small program, but happy to answer any details and questions and any comments.
Great, thank you very much. We do have some questions, and then there is no public hearing. We'll entertain a motion at some point, but questions first. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. And I don't know that anyone's still here that can answer this question. Last week, we spoke about encroachments. So will these signs be part of that encroachment that we were talking about, assessments for encroachments? Because if they stick out like the awnings do, is that, I don't even know if they're related at all.
Good. Looks like Wyeth Friday has an answer to that.
Councilmember Purington and Mayor and Council, there are signs in the downtown area that if they do stick out and encroach over the public right of way, they do get checked through the engineering process to see if they're, what that encroachment is. So in some cases that occurs, it really does depend on where the property is in relation to the buildings and things like that. But we've been doing that for years. With engineering on any signage that does project outward versus being flat on a building. So that would be continuing to be evaluated with any of the signs through the sign permit itself. So this is the program to look for funding, partial funding. They still would do a sign permit, and during the sign permit process, we would look at that.
Hey, Wyeth, just a curiosity, an academic question. Is there any vertical limit to the dimension of the right-of-way? We always think in terms of width, but I guess technically I would assume the right-of-way goes to the stars. But if you had a 200-foot tall building and you had a sign that extended at the top of the building a foot into the right-of-way, is that an encroachment? And someday do we need to address that?
Mayor Cole and Mayor and Council, I don't know about, I would think the answer is yes. I know we've had some wires that have been suspended between buildings very high across the street. And we've looked at those in that same way in terms of the safety and whether they're properly secured because they're over the right of way. And those were several stories up. So I would expect, in those cases, if we had something, even if it was higher, if it's out over the right of way like that, we would have to look at it.
Okay, thank you. Interesting. Other questions for Met? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Mehmet, you said something in your presentation when you showed the line items for the budget. It came out of another fund, so I'm assuming that fund was decreased by 30,000. Then you line item to 30,000 below. Correct? Okay. So then you said for the future in the memo it says this is going to be reviewed. And maybe I'm using the wrong words here, kind of on a trial basis where we get reported back to the council, or I think it's to the council every 6 months. So we kind of see how this program is going. So is this what we're doing tonight for you? Are you assuming this is a permanent approval until the Downtown Billings Association decides to disband it? Or is this just going to be a year and you'll come back to us, or come back to in 6 months and say, hey, we want to keep doing it, it's working great, or no, we're going to can it?
Mayor and Council and Councilmember Neese, thank you so much for that question. And I apologize for that. So this will be an important clarification. Yes, and the memo talks about the 6 month period. The 6 month review period is going to occur at the board level. They will assess this program every 6 months. However, I typically report to council quarterly. So you guys will get probably sooner reports than 6 months. And then if the funds are still there beyond 6 months, then they would simply just continue for a full year or roll over into the next fiscal year until they're depleted. And if the board determines that it's effective and useful and beneficial, we would come back to you for consideration of future allocations of funds, of course, depending on the health of the Fund 203 as well.
But Mehmet, just to clarify, this approval is forever until modified, correct? You're not saying there's a sunset on this approval, are you?
No. Yeah, the amount for now is to be used up and or roll over to the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I move to approve the Downtown Urban Renewal District Sign Incentive Program as recommended by DBP.
And second by Councilmember Boyette. Discussion now on the motion for approval. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Mehmet, is this a $30,000 per year assessment?
Possibly, yes. Mayor and Councilmember Ewald, if it's not used up in 6 months or sooner.
So if you got 25,000 left over at the end of the fiscal year, you add another 30,000. So now you got 55,000. And it just keeps growing like that?
No. For the time being, it's just the 30,000 and to be used up.
And then what happens after it gets used up?
Then based on the DBP's evaluation of the program, we may come back to council and say, this has been a successful program. Can we get another 30,000? Or this has been useful and served its term and purpose, and we're done with it.
And follow up, Mayor?
Please, Councilmember Ewald.
And so how many requests for sign help do you get, say, in a year?
Currently, the one that we've processed so far and approved is just one, the one that you guys saw in July. But however, I do have a lineup right now that of other businesses that have been considering this. And I've been politely sort of asking them to be patient with us as we navigate this.
So would you be acceptable to a 2-to-1 rather than a 1-to-1?
I would have to go back to my board to have them consider that. But the decision on the 1-to-1 was derived based on the similarity with the SEPTED in terms of the size of the project. If you got a 6,000 sign, for example, that it would be more encouraging for a small business to participate if it was 50-50, as opposed to if we did a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 or even a 5-to-1, the business might be reluctant to participate in that.
But the SEPTED was a safety deal. This isn't a safety situation.
Correct, but the size of the grant is the same.
Okay, other questions? I feel I need to clarify a comment I made earlier that I think created a false impression. I think I was suggesting that if approved, the motion would be approving a annual recurring $30,000 authorization. Looking at the staff report, this seems to be a one-time $30,000 allocation. Mehmet, you're nodding your head in agreement. And so I just want to be clear with the original movements, who were council members Shaw and Boyette, that your motion was for a one-time $30,000 authorization, not a recurring annual authorization of that amount. Is that correct, Councilmember Shaw?
Yes, that was consistent with what I was thinking. This is
okay, Councilmember Boyette. Okay, I apologize for any confusion I created. So a one-time $30,000 allocation. Okay, other discussion. Councilmember Parrington.
Thank you. So I think that was confusing because at first, Mehmet, you said it would, if you didn't use it up, you're going to roll it over. So I don't know if you meant after that 6-month period. So that was my, the way I was understanding it as well, is that we were approving it for $30,000 for 1 year. And I was at that board meeting whenever the board was discussing it. And I think that was it. And they were even the ones that were saying, let's see how it's going after 6 months, because it is sort of a trial, if you will, to see if there's enough participants in that program to whether or not they're even going to keep that, the $30,000 allocated for just a sign program. So I think there's no rollover, and it's just 30,000. Because I would not. I'm kind of like Frank. I would not say if they only spent, $5,000 one year, and then you rolled over 25, and then you have 55 for the second year. I would not be for that one either.
Okay, Mamet, and then Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Yeah, Mayor and Colin, Councilmember Purinting, for this clarification. I apologize if I misused my terminology here. What I meant by rollover is that if we're not utilizing it in the 6 months, let's say out of 30,000, we used up 15,000, and then fiscal year 21 ended, then what remains out of the fund will go into fiscal year 22 to be used up, the remaining 15,000. And once it's used up, it's used up. But yeah, I apologize.
Okay, other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
That didn't clear that up for me. Sorry. It still sounds like he's going to keep that 15,000 still in the sign program year after year after year until it's used up. I thought it would end at the end of the year, but that's okay. I have a different thing I want to talk about on the Mehmet. You mentioned, and by the way, I like the SEPTED program. I support that. I think it's a really good program. However, and you keep saying this is like the SEPTED program. It is in the fact that you're asking for a 1-to-1 match, but it's not in the fact of how it's funded, because the funds don't come just from the TIF district and it comes from the Chamber of Commerce, I believe, too. Is that correct? There's funds being kicked in by the Chamber, and I think there's some other people who are kicking into some of those funds. So it's not just coming from one fund to do a match.
Mamet.
Mayor and Council and Councilmember Neese, if I may follow up with a question just to clarify the question, are you referring to the SEPTED allocation and where that money is coming?
The
of the Chamber and other sources? Yes. So the SEPTED allocation, the request we came to Council for in November asked for a 20,000 bank. And in addition to that, we have two partners in the downtown area that committed a donation of their part. Once that is depleted, that they would continue to pledge their own private money to continue that program. And then once it's done, it's done. And then we can come back to reevaluate on whether or not we need to do this again based on its success. The sign program, the difference between its allocation and the SEPTED allocation, the SEPTED was allocated 20,000. The sign we're asking for 30,000.
Right, but what I'm saying is when it comes to the funding being used, you've got three parties participating in that SEPTED. You've got the donors, you've got your 203 funds, and you have the person doing the merchant or the client. But in this one, you only have two parties: the 203 fund and then the one getting the sign. So we're using a lot more. Our match is a whole lot bigger coming out of the 203 funds when you start looking at how much we're using for 203 versus how much is in the SEPTED. So I think when we compare these to the SEPTED, yes, you're asking for a 1-to-1. I disagree with the amount of where the funds are coming from, and that's where I like Frank's idea more of doing a 2-to-1 or something like that.
Okay, Councilmember Yakowicz, and then Chris Mikulski.
Well, Your Honor and Council, if I was a betting man, I'm going to put a lot of money on Mr. Casey. He's been doing incredible work, and he introduced me to this idea early on. You made me think about Bozeman. My son lives down there, so I walk the street and they have a lot of signs. So I'm inspired by your concept. You're innovative and you're thinking outside the box. So I want to cover your back there. I had a question though: is there a psychological, sociological reason these signs go up other than the obvious? Why does Bozeman thrive like that? in a sense, but I'm sure you've drilled down a little bit on that. Like, what is the golden key for these signs?
Matt.
Mayor and Council and Councilmember Yakovich, thank you so much for that question. Yes, there's a lot of proven methods behind this, and one is actually connecting back to SEPTED. It's a wayfinding and signage is a proven improvement on public safety when people are fully aware of what the entrance of the business is, where it is located, and have the confidence of knowing where they're going versus trying to figure out where to entrance, where to exit, where to exit. And then the other aspect of it is just particularly being able to locate where you're looking for in a quick manner. And then the other aspect is that kind of ties back to the downtown strategic plan of that strong identity and connectedness of the whole downtown. When you see outdated signs or signs of a business that is no longer there, that doesn't exude all that sort of confidence in what people might be searching for that actually is not there. And so on the contrary, when you have strong presence by businesses that are all sharing the same uniqueness in their signage and their design and their portrayal of their identity, it exudes sort of that inviteness and welcoming atmosphere for the clients and the businesses and the visitors to go and visit these businesses. I do want to go back briefly to Councilmember's Niece's comments about the SEPTED funding. It is still a one-to-one match that the applicant pays half and we pay half. Again, only when the 20,000 bank runs out does the one-to-one become part of the applicant and that donation that the partners are pledging. And the partners are First Interstate Bank and the Northern Hotel. It's not the Chamber, but the Chamber participates in the evaluation assessment.
Thank you. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Well, I can tell you.
Oh, and I apologize, Councilmember Ronning. I'd recognize Chris Kukulski first. Chris, did you have something before Councilmember Ronning? Chris, there you go.
Sorry. Yep. I'd add one piece. Mamet nailed it. I'd add quality. Some will argue bigger, more, brighter, faster, taller signs would be better. Quality signs matter. Design. Secondly, we're bringing the program back exactly the way, let me rephrase that. You guys suggested we bring it back after that one that you approved and approve it programmatically. If you want us to do it differently, I would suggest we come back and have a different policy discussion about a different program if you want it different. I'd send it back to the DBA and ask them, do they want it different, or give them some direction. But we're bringing it back to you, modeled after the one that you approved. And you said, hey, why don't you bring it back to us as a program rather than every time one of these signs comes? So that's why we're here this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Chris, I was going to say the same thing, but I also wanted to share, I don't know how many council members actually have owned a brick and mortar business. I've owned a couple brick and mortar businesses, one being in Livingston. And I would argue that sign is all about safety. I said, you get any wind that comes along, you do not want to be someone walking along a street and that sign is not adequately attached to that building. And so signage, when it comes to quality, like what Chris is saying, but also safety, it is critical. And those signs are expensive. They are not cheap. They are very expensive. And that quality of sign of having that anchored to a building is critical.
Thank you. Other discussion on the motion, which is for approval, Councilmembers Shaw and Boyette's original motion. Councilmember Chiriki, and then Ewalt and Niece.
Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to call question.
Okay, so we'll proceed to a vote on whether to vote. So this requires 3/4. Do I have that correct, Brent?
Your Honor, and council requires 2/3.
2/3. And in this case, I think that's 8. So we'll now proceed to vote on whether to vote. If you're in favor of voting at this point, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council member, and I'll Cole, Boyette, Shariki, Joy, Ronning, Shaw, and Brown. Voting in opposition are, please raise your hands if you're voting in opposition, are council members Yakowicz, Purington, Ewalt, Neese. So I believe it was 7 in favor, 8 against. I think that fails. Can you do the math for me, Brett? Confirm that 2/3 is 8?
Your Honor, and council, yes, it'd be just below 8, but we don't do fractions of a vote, obviously, but you would need 8.
Okay, so we'll continue with our discussion. There were some other hands up. I saw Councilmember Ewalt and then Neese. Councilmember Ewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. Listening to the discussion and some of the reasons for all this signage and stuff and safety and wayfaring and loose signs on buildings, I'm thinking this sign deal, is that going to take care of vacant properties, or are you going to go in and take the signs down so people aren't going in a place that's closed, or signs that are hanging off a building to make sure that they don't come down? Is that going to be part of this thing then, if we're talking safety?
Mamet, can you comment on that?
Happy to, yeah. Mayor and council and Councilmember Ewalt, not in its current fashion. The way it's designed, the program is for either current businesses that are operating in a space where they don't necessarily have a sign, or they haven't prioritized the sign, or the sign is outdated and deteriorated due to weather and wear and tear, and or to incentivize new businesses that are expanding or relocating or opening shop in vacant spaces. However, we're happy to have conversations with property owners and landlords who might want to improve their space to invite new tenants, but that might not be the sign itself. That might be another larger TIF project that is looking at the space itself.
Okay, so just to restate, this would allow for a replacement of an unsafe sign, but not just to repair an unsafe sign. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, correct. As long as the space is occupied or is going to be occupied as a result of that repair.
I'm sorry, I said it would be money available to replace, but not to repair. So is there a circumstance where the money would be available to repair a sign?
In dire situations, I would imagine repair means updating the whole sign as a facade improvement. So say you've got an awning that's got a lot of holes and as a result of hail damage, and they need to put a brand new one. As long as the brand new one complies with this sign and awning program, and again, I'm just using that as an example, but there's a program to comply with, and it's still going to go through the committee and the board for processing in-house.
Okay, I understand if there was some improvement involved. Councilmember, or I'm sorry, Wyeth, you wanted to raise your hand there.
Just very briefly, Mayor and Council, just to be clear, because I think it's important, we have sign regulations and sign permitting, and so I don't want to get this too mixed up with that. There's requirements on that side too for signage and how it's maintained and if it's unsafe. And actually in our new sign code draft for the redoing of all the zoning code, we're actually tightening up some of that so we don't have some of the issues we have had around town where older signs or pylons are out there that have not been addressed. So just want to be clear, there's permitting and requirements there that have to happen regardless of what's happening with application for funding for the sign itself. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. You brought up a good question about the repairs versus installation and new, but I'm the one who, I guess I'm one of the ones who suggested this be brought back to the council I guess I wasn't expecting it to be an approval. We'd maybe have a little more input during the work session or something like that. But so I'm going to ask you this question about, we talked about wayfaring and branding. You know, the eBird has, you know, their light post out there, you know, you're in the eBird. With the signage and like, did you guys discuss maybe when you're doing this, especially if we're doing a 1-to-1 match where we're paying for half of it, having some kind of downtown branding on these signs so that people know they're downtown? I mean, again, I'm not against this. I just don't like some of the nuances of this program that we're giving up a lot of funding for. That then what do we get other than a sign? And, you know, I guess I look for the way out is I get a brand new sign from the Downtown Billings Association. And I take my sign and I move to the West End. So anyway, if you had a brand on it, you probably wouldn't likely do that. So can you address the branding or any other issue as far as any kind of signage? Have you guys talked about branding those signs somehow?
Mehmet, can you comment?
Certainly, yeah, Mayor and Council and Councilmember Neese. We, you know, we're, like I said, this will go through the committee and this will go through the board, and both entities do follow up with the applicants on design recommendations. We do want these signs to be appealing, to be attractive, and obviously to be also displaying the identity and the brand of the business itself clearly, but at the same time, trying to limit the sort of shape or identity or brand of it becomes a little bit problematic in terms of the business itself, of what they want to portray. For example, but it's certainly possible. For example, if you walk on Broadway, on the Babcock Theater building, you'll notice that many of the signs are similar in size. They all happen to be the Blade sign, which is the one that sticks out. If you see the frat building on 2nd and 29th, their signs happen to be sort of uniform and similar in shape and size and look. But that's if the building and or tenants choose to have that uniformity, and it comes all cohesiveness in a cohesive way altogether. But if you have a sort of a lone business that's in its own building.
Hey, Mehmet, I'm going to cut us off here. I think he was referring to something that would say downtown business as opposed to some other type of branding, something specific that everybody would have in the downtown. But I think we've kind of reached the point of no return on this discussion, unless somebody else has, they think something critically important point out on. I'm going to take us to a vote. Anybody else need to offer something before it goes to a vote? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I support the idea of the sign program. And so, but I don't know that I agree with the 1-to-1. And I know what they were talking about, the way signing that, you know, we talked about that with planning department and how that would work. And so when you have an individual business that wants to put up a sign that is for their business, it's not for the downtown, it's for their business, I think that's an overregulation on our part as council to say, well, it has to be this big, this much, it has to look like this. And I think that would be a bit of overregulation on our part. So I also agree with what Roy was saying is, you know, even he admitted he was the one that brought this up. But I think that the dynamics of it, nuances of it, that's one thing that if you wanted council's opinion, and I don't know, maybe you don't want our opinion, maybe you just want us to approve it or not. So, and I don't know how far to go with the approval bit of it. I think the money aspect of the 1-to-1 may be too much because you're limiting yourself to about 10 people. Now, that may be more than what you can handle anyway. But basically, I like the program. I'm not sure that I like the one-to-one. I'll just put it that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the underlying motion before we proceed to vote? Councilmember Tricky.
Matt, I just want to make sure that I understand the dollar thing. As I understand it, it is a one-to-one match up to $3,000. So if I'm putting in a sign for $10,000, I'm only getting $1,500.
Mayor and Council and Councilmember Chiriki, no, if I may clarify, the grant size can be up to $3,000. So if you're putting up a sign of $10,000, you're paying $6,000. Actually, you're paying $10,000 up front, and then when you show us the project is complete with pictures and receipts, we reimburse you $3,000.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have a motion right now?
Yes, we do. It's for approval consistent with the staff recommendation, the recommended motion.
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to that is rather than one-to-one, it'd be a 2-to-1 match.
Okay, motion is to condition this grant on a 2-to-1 match with the 2 portion coming from the private sign owner and the 1 coming from TIF funds. Is there a second to the proposed amendment? Second by Councilmember Neese. And now discussion on the proposed amendment. I'll give the movement, Councilmember Ewald or Neese preference. It's their motion. Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Joy and Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Frank, for making that amendment. I think that's a better program. I think that even Mehmet said there's a line of people, so this could actually work well as we can get more people in. And we did not reduce the full dollar amount for the program, so if the program goes well, we'll still get a lot of that money into the community. So I can support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Joy, and then Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think this program is meant to help local businesses. Local businesses struggle, especially in the middle of a COVID pandemic. I don't think that they find it very easy to start and for small businesses to thrive in our downtown. I think they find it a struggle. I think if you walk up and down the sidewalks, you don't see what seems to be thriving. So I would like this council to be investor friendly and local business friendly. And so I will not support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
I'm going to echo that for all the same reasons. I live a couple blocks from the downtown. There's a ton of vacant stores. I don't see how we're going to incentivize people to come if we continue making programs like this more and more expensive for them. These are local, independent, small businesses. So I support the 1-to-1 ratio. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion before we vote on the proposed amendment? Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I won't support this. 10 new signs at $3,000, that's 30,000, that's 10 signs. I'll be pretty amazed if we get 10 new signs downtown in a year. So I don't kind of want to push that. I think if it's really, really successful and we look out, further out, then that might be something that we look at. But I think the $3,000 is a pretty good cap anyway. And if we get 10 new signs, that's awesome. So I won't support the 2-to-1.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion before we move to a vote on the amendment? If not, the motion is to amend from a 1-to-1 match to a 2-to-1 match or condition funding on that. All in favor of the proposed amendment of 2-to-1, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Purington, Ewald, and Neese. If in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Yakowicz, Cole Boyette, Tricky, Joy, Running, Shaw, and Brown. Motion fails. So it brings us back to the underlying original motion for approval consistent with the original staff recommendation. Any other discussion on that before we move to a vote? If not, all in favor of the original motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Jakowicz, Cole, Boyette, Purington, Ewald, Shreeki, Joy, Neese, Ronning, Shaw, and Brown. In other words, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. And Mamet, go forth and build some signs.
Thank you so much, Council.
Thank you very much. That concludes our regular agenda items, and we'll now move to public comment on non-agenda items. So if you're listening, you can call that number 237-6196 now. That number again, area code 406, of course, 237-6196. This is your opportunity to comment on anything that was not on our agenda tonight. You'll have 3 minutes. Ask for your name and your address up front. Also ask that you shut off your computer or your television because that meeting is actually ahead of what you're hearing and you'll be confused. You'll have 3 minutes. I ask you to keep your comments to that 3-minute period. Again, 237-6196.
In which to give your comment. If you have
We do have a caller. Tony, it's all yours.
your name and address.
Frank Furman, 433 Hillview Lane, Billings, Montana, 59101.
Go ahead, Frank.
Okay, I'm addressing the Jackson Court Apartments, the proposal of it. And for the Jackson Court Apartments, they consist of 38 apartments, and they would add an enormous amount of vehicles just for this little area, not including their family and friends. The infrastructure in this area is not complete. The streets are gravel, no sidewalks, curbs, or gutters. The roads and sidewalks are only half complete on Hollowell and Jackson. This would be very detrimental for our children and other pedestrians walking on all these roads. This is also a big issue with the baseball games at Optimus Park because they bring in a 75 to 125 more vehicles that park on Hollowell Street. Safety issue number 2 is we have a high density population in this area already and a substantial amount of crimes, drugs, vandalism in this area and surrounding neighborhoods. If this complex, Jackson Court, were to be constructed, we feel this would only add to the crime activity. Our Billings police force is already overburdened and understaffed. The police cannot answer all the calls here already. Issue number 3. The density of the apartments and residents in this area is already high. Low income and government housing already exists on the east side of Jackson Street across from the proposed Jackson Court Apartments. And since this complex is located right next to Kratz Drain, an open ditch which is 10 feet deep and 20 feet wide, this is also a safety issue for, say, the residences of the proposed Jackson Court if they were to build it and they were to live there. Okay, and in the 25 years we have lived here, the increase in crime and extra vehicles has already had a detrimental effect on our neighborhood. We fear if this complex is built, it will only add more traffic and more crime to the area and jeopardize our safety and for the residents who already live here. Another major rental unit in a single family owner occupied house with graveled roads and limited access would indeed have a major impact here. GL Developers is not looking out for the residences in this area, and they do not care about affordable housing. There's already affordable housing here, and they only care for the profit of themselves and the company. So the thing is we have 93 other residents who are opposed to this subdivision. I wish the city council would look at all of this and listen to our pleas of what is going on here. We feel if this complex was only like maybe a dozen duplexes, it would be a lot better. And it'd be better for this community, especially when these roads are not complete.
Okay, Frank, your 3 minutes is up.
All right. I just want to thank them for their time.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Tony, do we have any other callers to 237-6196?
I do not have any other calls.
Okay. Then we will close the public comment period on non-agenda items. And do we have any council initiatives before we move to adjournment? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. As promised, I'm going to take a stab at this. I would like to move that we direct staff to work up an agreement with the DBP for the building, and I don't recall yesteryears, I believe, is the building. Any proceeds or revenues or assets, whatever comes of transferring the ownership of that building, is either deposited or the assets stay a part of Fund 203.
Okay. Is there?
I got it all in there, Mayor. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that sounds good to me. Councilman, before I ask for a second, I'm just going to ask you a question about that, Councilmember Brown. I'm thinking about a situation where it's sold in 20 years. And in the meantime, the Downtown Billings Partnership has added new money to the project, not just for maintenance to maintain it, but, has added a second floor, for example. Your motion will require that all of that go back into the pot, which would be great for the TIF fund. But I just raised that question, just clarifying whatever the proceeds from the sale of the building are. We're not just trying to capture the current value, but any new value, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I think that if they're going to keep the building for any time, the proceeds from that building should reflect and go back to that fund. If it makes more money, that's awesome.
Okay. And we can always modify the agreement if we need to fine tune, I suppose. Second, Councilmember Joy or Nice, you're raising your two fingers, so I'm going to interpret that as your second. Okay. Brent, is this something we can vote on tonight? Do we need to notice this? We're just giving direction to staff. We're not taking any final action, but I'm not quite sure. Our initiative process is not always crystal clear in that issue of the notice part. Can you comment on that?
Your Honor, certainly this would be just, council, this would be just like any other initiative. You can direct staff to bring this back to you, or you can direct staff to prepare what I would regard as a very simple, modest memorandum of understanding and authorize the city administrator to sign that agreement, because it would be at this point a no-cost memorandum of understanding looking to a future transfer of funds.
Okay, so if I understand your point, Brent, you're asking for some clarification from Councilmember Brown as to who has authority to approve this document. Does it need to come back to council for approval, or is it something, Councilmember Brown, you'd like to authorize the city administrator in his discretion to approve? So that's the question as part of your motion. Did you want to clarify?
I'm fine with the city administrator, whatever. As long as those funds go back to that fund, it is what it is. If they make a profit, great. If they have to sell it, they have to sell it, whatever it is. But I think the city administrator can certainly sign off on that, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. So just clarification, the motion then contemplates an agreement that is approvable by the city administrator in his discretion. That was the motion. Is that consistent with the second, Councilmember Nice?
Yes, I'm okay with that. The whole intent is, I think that, like Sean said, is their intent is to get the money back into that fund. So I think right now, like Mary, you said, they got the building. It's money that was used. They're paying for a new roof on it through the rents. So all of that's going to be improvements in the building that, because of the money that was coming out of that fund, is helping to then once it's sold, it'll come back to fund. So yeah, I'm fine as long as, I'm fine with Chris sending in that.
Okay, so that's the motion. And Brent, just to clarify, you think this is something we can approve tonight without giving notice and coming back on? Is that correct?
Your Honor, certainly because it's within the signing authority of Chris, I think so. Yes, you're just giving direction to staff to proceed with the document that's within Mr. Kukulski's signing authority.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on the motion, and in particular, if Katie Easton has any concerns about what we're doing, we invite you to raise your hand and we'll include you in the conversation at any time. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think one thing I have kind of learned over this process, I used to think if someone brought an initiative forward, I should just always vote for it because it's kind of an exploration of what's possible. But I've thought about that more clearly, and I think that I'm take a different point of view on initiatives right now. I will not support the motion simply because I would like the downtown to develop and really thrive, and how that might look depending on what period of time could be quite different. It might actually be to a greater advantage if the city didn't put that money back into Fund 203. I guess I don't like to necessarily tie the hands of some future decision makers in terms of what might be best. What about a land swap or something of that nature? That could be a possibility, so I won't be supporting the initiative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Discussion, Councilmember Purington.
Well, one of the things that I think is kind of important to realize, at least for me, is that whatever we do, it's not permanent because a future council can completely undo what we do, and we've seen that where we've had to look at other council decisions. I think for me in supporting this, it is showing the support of this Fund 203 and what we want to do with it. I mean, heck, the Fund 203 may not even be around in 20 years, but the point is that this is I think the mindset, if you will, of this council of what we want to do. Future councils can change it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown?
I think just to respond to Councilmember Joy's comment, I agree. And that's why I was saying assets, revenue, whatever comes of that property when that ownership transfers, that just stays attached to 203. And agreed, what my intent is that when that place is sold, this is going to come up. Okay, it's just not going to be forgotten that this all came from Fund 203. If the council at that time doesn't see that makes sense, at least it came forward and it wasn't forgotten. That's really the intent for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Other discussion. A question for Brent Brooks. I'm just asking about the mayor's role here. Do we have a ordinance that says the mayor has to sign all contracts? If so, is that the case, or can Chris sign this on his own, or does the motion need to require my signature as instructed? I'm happy just to do what I'm told, but I just need to know whether I have to physically sign this thing or not.
Your Honor and Council, through your purchasing manual policy that you have adopted in the past, you have given the city administrator signing authority up to $80,000. And so I see this memorandum of understanding as a no-cost agreement, but certainly the council could approve the mayor and the city administrator co-signing, but certainly your purchasing manual and your contracts that come before Mr. Kukulski that are below 80,000 are contracts that are within his signing authority as delegated to him by the council's approval.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, because the city is not putting out dollars here, Brent's conclusion is the mayor does not have to sign this. It would only be up to the city administrator. That's fine with me, but that's my understanding of what this motion does. Further discussion. Chris, since we took your name in vain, we should let you weigh in here. And then Councilmember Neese.
I'm sorry, Brent, right? You're never supposed to ask your attorney a question you don't know the answer to in public. Someone once said, isn't this parcel worth a whole lot more than $80,000? So how can I sign an agreement that locks up how you're going to use the proceeds for it in a year or 5 years? Lord willing, the thing's going to be worth $700,000 to $1 million is what we were told earlier.
I'll let Brent answer that, of course, but Chris, I guess my understanding of this is, remember, we have already authorized the sale or the payment of these funds. And so this is just a promise. We're not giving any extra consideration. We're just getting a promise from the Downtown Billings Partnership that this is what they will do with their money.
Yeah.
I think that's probably how Brent gets to the concept of it being below $85,000. But Brent,
although,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Brent, can I add one more piece? Their money is our money. It's tax money. So, right, they can't just go take TIF money. And I mean, we get audited every year. It's public money. So sorry.
Well, Your Honor, Council, you can go either way. If you want this to come back to the mayor and council with a simple MOU, that is your prerogative. You can order that regardless. But the MOU document that I'm hearing the council wants to be drafted in coordination with Ms. Easton and the Downtown Partnership does not cost the city a penny right now. However, if you would like for this to come back to the council, we can certainly accomplish that just as easily.
Okay, we'll continue the discussion. Councilmember Brown.
I am happy to amend my motion. I see Chris is just cringing over there, and I think he's about to pass out. So I will certainly amend and say that would need to come back to council for approval.
And I agree with that amendment, because that was going to be my question, Mayor, is what does Chris think about this? And I think he would prefer the council to probably take this, because that was the question I had. This is worth what Katie said, $750,000 to $1 million. That's, to me, that's outside of Chris's authority, but I understand where Brent's coming from too. So to be safe, I'd like to see it and come back to the council.
Okay, we have sort of a friendly amendment by the movement and the second. So we'll deem the motion amended to require that the agreement be brought back to council for approval. So that's what's in front of you now. Further discussion then on that motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Now we're going to put it to a vote. Okay, so all is in favor of staff going forth, developing this agreement, bringing it back to council approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmember Jackowicz, Jackowicz, Cole, Boyette, Purington, Ewald, Tariki, Neese, Ronning, Shaw, and Brown. Voting in opposition, please raise your hand, is Councilmember Joy. Motion passes. So we'll, there's no time, but hopefully it'll happen sooner rather than later. Any other initiatives? If not, good night, everybody. We are adjourned.